Welcome to Table Read Tuesday, where today we will be reading All About Eve. And yes, just right there. So if we can introduce ourselves and then we'll get started. We will. How about you, Jacob?
I am Jacob Patrick. You can find me here, Table Read Tuesdays, every Tuesday. Getting into screenwriting, but also have a background in animation and theme park attractions. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. And Erin, how about you?
Hi, I'm Erin. Erin Lillis. I am going to be playing Eve tonight. I have a little bit of a cold, so it's a deeper Eve. I'm a voice actor, mostly known for the No Sleep podcast and some video games. And you can hear me most every week on the No Sleep podcast.
Oh, thank you. And Clint.
Hey, my name is Clint Monroe. Tonight I will be playing Bill, as I am madly in love with Vicky Dykes. So that's gonna be interesting.
Who is
And yeah, it's gonna be a good show.
Thank you. And Vicky Dykes on that note.
I'm blushing. Hi, I'm Vicky Dykes. Tonight I am reading the role of Margot, and I come from Central Alberta, so great to be here.
Thank you. And last but not least, Petra.
You. I'll see if that actually works. No, just a actress, writer from We'll Go With the States, and tonight I will be reading. I know I'm playing Karen. Not that Karen. She's actually a nice Karen, despite one thing. We'll get to that. And I get to play among a few other minor characters. Up and coming Phoebe at the end. Stay tuned.
Lovely. All right. With that, we can start. And sorry, I'm just going to remember how to screen share. Here we go. And I'll start. We were sharing the action descriptions, but I can start and then you can continue. Just had to make sure I know who I am. Who am I? All right. We don't get a title page, but this is All About Eve. Who knows who wrote this?
Mac. Is it Jeffrey?
Mankiewicz.
Mankiewicz.
That's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think he got the Oscar for it. Again, like this movie, nominated for 14 Oscars, I think, and it won 6.
He also did the Polish for Citizen Kane. So yeah, he had a long history of knocking it out of the park.
Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna get to that after these wonderful not even messages. Many messages. Okay. Fade-in, interior dining hall, Sarah Siddons Society night. It is not a large room and jammed with tables, mostly for 4, but some for 6 and 8. A long table of honor for about 30 people has been placed upon a dais. Dinner is over. Demi-tasses, cigarettes, cigars, and brandy. The overall effect is one of worn elegance and dogged gentility. It is June. The camera, as it has been throughout the credit titles, is on the Sarah Giddens Award. It is a gold statuette, about a foot high, of Sarah Siddons as the tragic muse. Exquisitely framed in a nest of flowers, it rests on a miniature altar in the center of the table of honor. Over this, we hear crisp, cultured, precise voice of Addison DeWitt. Over this, we hear crisp, cultured, precise voice of Addison DeWitt. What just happened?
Sorry.
It was a delay echo somewhere.
Oh, threw me off. That sounds like me. Speaking again. The Sarah Siddons Award for Distinguished Achievement is perhaps unknown to you. It has been sparred the sensational and commercial publicity that attends such questionable honors as the Pulitzer Prize and those awards presented annually by the Film Society. The camera has eased back to include some of the table of honor and a distinguished gentleman with snow white hair who is speaking. We do not hear what he says. The distinguished looking gentleman is an extremely old actor. Being an actor, he will go on speaking for some time. It is not important what you hear. It is not important you hear what he says. The camera eases back some more and continues until it discloses a fairly comprehensive shot of the room. However, it is important that you know where you are and why you are here. This is the dining room of the Sarah Siddons Society. The occasion is its annual banquet and presentation of the highest honor our theater knows, the Sarah Siddons Award for Distinguished Achievement. Petra, do you want to take some of these so I'm not talking to myself?
I can take it for now, the
Oh,
action
okay,
description.
sure. I didn't realize it's just me back there.
Yeah. All right, a group of waiters are clustered near the screen masking the entrances of the kitchen. The screens are prepared with old theatrical programs. The waiters are all aged and venerable. They look respectfully toward the speaker.
These hollowed walls, indeed, many of these faces have looked upon Modjeska, Ada Rahan, and Minnie Fiske. Mansfield's voice filled the room. Booth breathed this air. It is unlikely that the windows have been opened since his death.
Close, the award. On its altar, it shines proudly above 5 or 6 smaller altars which surround it and which are now empty.
The minor awards, as you can see, have already been presented. Minor awards are for such as the writer and director, since their function is merely to construct a tower so the world can applaud a light which flashes on top of it, and no brighter light has ever dazzled the eye of Eve Harrington. Eve, but more of Eve later. All about Eve, in fact.
The camera moves to close. Addison DeWitt, not young, not unattractive, a fastidious dresser, sharp of eye and merciless of tongue. An omnipresent cigarette holder projects from his mouth like the sword of D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan.
Thank you. He sits back in his chair, musingly, his fingers making little cannonballs out of breadcrumbs. His narration covers the move of the camera to him.
To those of you who do not read, attend the theater, listen to uncensored radio programs, or know anything of the world in which we live, it is perhaps necessary to introduce myself. My name is Addison DeWitt. My native habitat is the theater. In it, I toll not, neither do I spin. I am a critic and commentator. I am essential to the theater, as ants are to a picnic, as the ball weevil to a cotton field.
He looks to his left. Karen Richards is lovely and 30-ish. In an unprofessional way, she is scraping breadcrumbs, spilled sugar, etc., into a pile with a spoon. Addison takes one of her breadcrumbs. She smiles absently. Addison rolls the breadcrumb into a cannonball.
This is Karen Richards. She is the wife of playwright, therefore of the theater by marriage. Nothing in her background or breeding should have brought her any closer the stage than row E, center.
Karen continues her doodling.
However, during her senior year at Radcliffe, Lloyd Richards lectured on drama. The following year, Karen became Mrs. Floyd Richards. Lloyd is the author of Footsteps on the Ceiling, the play which has won for Eve Harrington the Sarah Siddons Award.
Karen absently pats the top of her little pile of refuse. A hand reaches in to take the spoon away. Karen looks as the camera pans with it to Max Fabian. He sits at her left. He's a sad-faced man with glasses and a look of constant apprehension. He smiles apologetically and indicated a white powder with he unwraps. He pantomimes that his ulcer is snapping. Karen smiles back, returns to her doodling. Addison mashes a cigarette stub, pops it out of his holder. He eyes Max.
There are two types of theatrical producers. One has a great many wealthy friends who will risk a tax-deductible loss. This type is interested in art.
Max drops the powder into some water, stirs it, drinks, burps delicately, and closes his eyes.
The other one is to whom each production mean potential ruin or fortune. This type is out to make a buck. Meet Max Fabian. He is the producer of the play which has won Eve Harrington the Sarah Siddons Award.
Max rests fistfully. He twitches. A hand reaches into the scene and removes a bottle of scotch from before him. The camera follows the bottle to Margot Channing. She sits at Max's left, at DeWitt's right, an attractive, strong face. She is childish, adult, reasonable, unreasonable, usually one when she should be the other, but always positive. She pours a stiff drink. Addison holds out to the soda bottle to her. She looks at it and at him as if it were a tarantula and he had gone mad. He smiles and pours a glass of soda for himself. And Addison there needs the soda water herself right there.
Margot Channing is the star of the theater. She made her first stage appearance at the age of 4 in Midsummer Night's Dream. She played a fairy and entered, quite unexpectedly, stark naked. She has been a star ever since.
Margot sloshes her drink around moodily, pulls at it.
Margot is a great star, a true star. She never was or will be anything less or anything less. The part for which Eve Harrington is receiving the Sarah Siddons Award was intended originally for Margot Channing.
Addison, having sipped his soda water, puts a new cigarette in his holder, leans back and lights it, looks and exhales in the general direction of the table of honor. As he speaks, the camera moves in the direction of his glance.
Having covered in tedious detail not only the history of Sarah Siddons Society, but also the history of acting since Thespis first stepped out onto the chorus line, our distinguished chairman has finally arrived at our reason for being here.
At this point, Addison's voice fades out, and the voice of the aged actor fades in. Camera is medium close shot of him and the podium. I have been proud and privileged to have spent my life in the theater, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and I have been honored to be, for 40 years, chief promoter of the Sarah Siddons Society. 39 times I have placed in the deserving hands of the highest honor the theater knows. Surely, no actor is older than I. I have earned my place out of the sun, and never before has this award gone to anyone younger than its recipient tonight. How fitting that it should pass from my hands to hers.
Eve hands, lovely, beautifully groomed. In the serene repose, they rest between a demi-tasse cup and an exquisite small evening cup.
Such young hands, such a young lady, young in years, but whose heart is as old as the theater.
Addison's eyes narrow quizzically as he listens. Then slowly he turns to look at Karen.
Some of us are privileged to know her. We have seen beyond the beauty and artistry.
Karen never ceases her thoughtful pat a cake with the crumbs.
That have made her name resound throughout the nation. We know her humility, her devotion, her loyalty to her art.
Addison's glance moves from Karen to Margot.
Her love, her deep and abiding love for us.
Margot's face is a mask. She looks down from the drink, which she cradles with both hands.
For what we are and what we do, the theater, she has had one wish, one prayer, one dream, to belong to us. Tonight, her dream has come true, and henceforth, we shall dream the same of her. Honored members, ladies and gentlemen, for distinguished achievement in the theater, the Sarah Siddons Award to Miss Eve Harrington.
The entire room is galvanized into sudden and tumultuous applause. Some enthusiastic gentlemen rise to her feet. Flashbulbs.
Oh, sorry. I muted you accidentally. I'm trying to mute myself.
That's okay. Oops. Am I good now? No, yeah. Enthusiastic gentlemen rise to her feet. Flashbulbs start popping about halfway down the table of the aged actor's left. Eve rises, beautiful, radiant, poised, exquisitely gowned. She stands in simple and dignified response to the ovation. A dozen photographers skip, squat, and dart about like water bugs. Flashbulbs pop and pop and pop. The waiter applauds enthusiastically. Waiters. Aged actor, award in hand, he beams at her. Eve smiles sweetly to her left, then to her right. Max has come too. He applauds lustily. Addison's applauding too, more discreetly. Margot not applauding, but you sense no deliberate slight, merely an impression that as she looks at Eve, her mind is on something else. Karen, nor is she applauding, but her gaze is similarly fixed on Eve in a strange, faraway fashion. Addison, still applauding. His eyes flash first at Margot, then at Karen. Then he directs them back to Eve. He smiles ever so slightly. The applause has continued, unabated. Eve turns now and moves gracefully toward the aged actor. She moves through applauds, applauding ladies and gentlemen. From below, the flashbulbs keep popping. As she nears her goal, the aged actor turns to her. He holds out the award. Her hand reaches out for it. At that precise moment, with the award just beyond her fingertips, the picture holds, the action stops, the sound stops. Eve, Eve, the golden girl, the cover girl, the girl next door, the girl on the moon. Time has been good to Eve. Life goes where she goes. She's been profiled, covered, revealed, reported. What she eats and when and where, whom she knows, and where she was, and when and where she's going. Addison has stopped applauding. He's sitting forward, staring intently at Eve. His narration continues unbroken. Eve, you all know all about Eve. What can there be to know that you don't know? As he leans back, the applause fade in. As tumultuous as before, Addison's look moves slowly from Eve to Karen. Karen, she leans forward now, her eyes intently on Eve. Her lovely face fills the screen as the applause fade once more, as she thinks back.
When was it? How long? Seems a lifetime ago. Lloyd always said that in the theater, a lifetime was a season and a season a lifetime. Well, it's June now, and that was early October. Only last October? It was a drizzly night. I remember I asked the taxi to wait.
Exterior New York Theater Street, night. Traffic is not heavy. The shows have broken some half hour before. The rain is just a drizzle. There are other theaters in the street. Displaying lights are being extinguished. Going out just as Karen's taxi pulls up is Margot Channing in Aged in Wood. The marquee displays below includes Max Fabian Presents and by Lloyd Richards. The taxi comes to a stop in the alley. Karen can be seen through the closed windows, telling the driver to wait. Then she gets out. She takes a step, hesitates, then looks about curiously.
Where was she? Strange. I had become so accustomed to seeing her there night after night. I found myself looking for a girl I'd never spoken to, wondering where she was.
She smiles a little at her own romanticism, puts her head down and makes her way into the alley. Exterior alley, Kieran Theater, night. Karen moves towards a stage. She passes a recess in the wall, perhaps an exit, about halfway.
Mrs. Richards?
Karen hesitates, looks. Eve is barely distinguishable in the shadow of the recess. Karen smiles, waits. Eve comes out. A gooseneck light above them reveals her. She's wearing a cheap trench coat, low-heeled shoes, a rain hat stuck in the back of her head, on the back of her head. Her large, luminous eyes seem to glow up at Karen at the strange half-light.
There you are. Seemed odd suddenly you're not being out there.
Why shouldn't you think I wouldn't be?
Well, why should you be? After all, 6 nights a week for weeks of watching even Margot Channing enter and leave a theater?
I hope you don't mind my speaking to you.
Not at all.
I've seen you so often. It took every bit of courage I could raise.
To speak to just a playwright's wife, I'm the lowest form of celebrity.
You're Margot Channing's best friend. You and your husband are always with her. And Mr. Sampson, what's he like?
Bill Sampson? He's a director.
He's the best.
He'll agree with you. Tell me, what do you do between the time Margot goes in and comes out? Just huddle in the doorway and wait?
Oh, no, I see the play.
You see the play? You've seen the play every performance? But don't you find it, and I mean, apart from everything else, Don't you find it repetitive?
Well, standing room doesn't cost much. I manage.
Karen
Oh,
contemplates Eve.
It was expensive, not repetitive. I'm sorry.
Then she takes her arm.
I'm going to take you to Margot.
Oh, no.
She's got to meet you.
No, I'd be imposing on her. I'd be just another tongue-tied, gushing fan.
Karen practically propels her toward the stage door.
There isn't another like you. I mean, there couldn't be. But if I'd known...
But if
maybe
I'd known, maybe some other time. I mean, looking like this?
You look just fine. By the way, what's your name?
Eve. Eve Harrington.
Karen opens the door. They go in. Interior backstage Curran Theater night. Everything, including the doorman, looks fireproof. Eve enters like a novitiate's first visit to the Vatican. Karen, with a good evening, Gus, to the doorman, leads the way toward Margot's stage dressing room. Eve, drinking in the wonderment of all the surveys, lags behind. Karen waits for her to catch up.
You can breathe it, can't you? Like some magic perfume.
Karen smiles, takes Eve's arm. They proceed to Margot's dressing room. Exterior Margot's dressing room, Curran Theater night. No star on the closed door. The paint is peeling. A typewritten chit, thumbtacked, says Miss Channing. As Karen and Eve approach it, an uninhibited guffaw from Margot makes them pause.
You wait just a minute. Now don't run away.
Eve smiles shakily. At the same moment,
And honey child, I said, if the South had won the war, you could write the same plays about the North.
Karen enters during the line. Interior Margot's dressing room, Curran Theater night. It is a medium-sized box lined with hot water pipes and a cracked plaster. It is furnished in beat-up wicker. A door leads to an old-fashioned bathroom. Margot is at the dressing room. She wears an old wrapper, her hair drawn back tightly to fit under the wig which lies before her like a dead poodle. Also before her is an almost finished drink. Lloyd Richards is stretched out on the wicker chase. He is in his late 30s, sensitive, literate. Between them, by the dressing table, is Bertie, Margot's maid. Her age is unimportant. She was conceived during a split week in Walla Walla and born in a carnival riot. She is fiercely loyal to Margot. Karen enters during the line. Margot started while she was outside. Lloyd chuckles. Bertie cackles.
Hi. Hello, darling.
Oh, hi. Well, now, Miss Channing, I don't think you can rightly say we lost the war. We was more stayed out, you might say. And that's what I don't understand about all these plays about love-starved Southern women. Love is one thing. We was never starved for the South.
How was the concert?
Loud.
Let me fix you a drink.
Oh, no thanks, Bertie.
Karen laughs with them. Margot's interview with the lady reporter from the South. The minute it gets printed, they're going to fire on Gettysburg all over again.
It was Fort Sumter they fired on.
I never played Fort Sumter. She takes the wig into the bathroom. Margot starts creaming the makeup off her face.
Honeychild had a point. You know, I can remember plays about women, even from the South, where it was never even occurred to them whether they wanted to marry their fathers more than their brothers.
That was way back.
That was way back.
Within your time, Buster. Lloyd, honey, be a playwright with guts. Write me one about a nice, normal woman who shoots her husband.
Bertie comes out of the bathroom without the wig. You need new girdles.
Buy some.
The same size?
Of course.
Well, I guess a real tight girdle help when you're playing the lunatic. She picks up Lloyd's empty glass, asks, more. He shakes his head. She pours herself a quick one.
Margot does not play a lunatic, Bertie.
I know. She just keeps hearing her dead father play the banjo.
It's the tight girdle that does it.
I find these wisecracks increasingly less funny. Ancient Wood happens to be a fine and distinguished play.
That's my loyal little woman.
The critics thought so. The audience can certainly think so. Packed houses, tickets for months in advance. I can't see that either of Lloyd's last two plays have hurt you any.
Easy now.
Oh, relax, kid. It's only me and my big mouth.
It's just that you get me so mad sometimes. I mean, of all the women in the world with nothing to complain about.
Ain't it the truth?
Yes, it is. You're talented, famous, wealthy, people waiting around night after night just to see you, even in the wind and the rain.
Oh, autograph fiends. Oh, they're not people. Those little beasts who run in and packs like coyotes.
They're your fans, your audience.
Oh, they're nobody's fans. They're juvenile delinquents, mental detectives. They're nobody's audience. Oh, they never see a play or a movie. Even they're never indoors long enough.
There is a pause. Lloyd applauds lightly.
Well, there's one indoors now. I brought her back to see you.
You what?
She's just outside the door.
The heave ho.
Birdie starts. Karen stops her. It's all in whisper now until Eve comes in.
Can't put her out, I promised. Margot, you've got to see her. She worships you. It's like something out of a book.
That book's out of print, Karen. Those days are gone. Fans no longer pull carriages through the streets. They tear off clothes and steal wristwatches.
If you'd only see her, you're her whole life. You must have spotted her by now. She's always out there.
Oh, kind of mousy trench coat, funny hat. Well, how could I miss her? Every night and matinee. Well,
She looks to Birdie. Once George Jesso played my hometown. For a girl, getting in to see him was easy. Getting out was the problem. They all laugh. Karen goes to the door, opens it. Eve comes in. Karen closes the door behind her. A moment.
I thought you'd forgotten about me.
Not at all. Margot, this is Eve Harrington.
Margot changes swiftly into a first lady of the theater manner.
oh, how do you do, my dear?
Oh, brother.
Hello, Miss Channing.
My husband.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
How do you do, Mr. Richards?
Oh, and this is my good friend and companion, Miss Birdie Coonan.
Oh, brother.
Miss Coonan.
Oh, brother, what?
She gets like this. All of a sudden, she's playing Hamlet's mother.
I'm sure you must have things to do in the bathroom, Birdie dear.
But if I haven't, I'll find something till you're normal. She goes to the bathroom.
Dear Birdie, won't you sit down, Miss Worthington?
Harrington.
I'm so sorry. Harrington, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
She sits, a short lull.
Would you like a drink? It's right beside you.
I was telling Margot and Lloyd about how often you'd seen the play.
They start together and stop in deference to each other. They're a little flustered, but not Eve.
No, thank you. Yes, I've seen every performance.
Every performance. Then I assume, then I'm safe in assuming you liked it?
I'd like anything Miss Channing played.
Would you? Really? Oh, how sweet.
I doubt that very much. That you'd like her in the Hairy Ape.
Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Richards. I think that part of Miss Channing's greatness lies in her ability to choose the best plays. Your new play is for Miss Channing, isn't it, Mr. Richards?
Of course it is.
How'd you hear about it?
There was an item in the Times. I like the title, Footsteps on the Ceiling.
Let's get back to this one. Have you really seen every performance? Why, I'm curious.
Eve looks at Margot, then drops her eyes.
Well, if I didn't come to see the play, I wouldn't have anywhere else to go.
There are other plays.
Not with you in it. Not my Mr. Richards.
But you must have friends, the family, the home.
Eve pauses, then shakes her head.
Tell us about it. Eve.
Eve looks at her, grateful because Karen called her Eve, then away again.
Only I knew how.
Try.
Well,
Birdie comes out of the bathroom. Everybody looks at her sharply. She realizes she's in on something important. She closes the door quietly, leans against it.
well, it started with the play before this one.
Remembrance.
Oh, did you see it here in New York?
San Francisco. It was the last week. I went one night, the most important night in my life, until this one. Anyway, I found myself going the next night and the next and the next, every performance. Then when the show went east, I went east.
I'll never forget that blizzard on the night we played Cheyenne. A cold night. First time I ever saw a brassiere break like a piece of matzos. Eve looks at her unsmilingly, then back to her hands.
Eve, why don't you start at the beginning?
Oh, it couldn't possibly interest you.
Oh, please.
Eve speaks simply and without self-pity.
I guess it started back home, Wisconsin, that is. There was just Mom and Dad and me. I was the only child, and I made believe a lot when I was a kid. I acted out all sorts of things. What they were wasn't important, but somehow acting and make-believe began to fill up my life more and more. It got so that I couldn't tell the real from the unreal, except that the unreal seemed more real to me. I'm talking a lot of gibberish, aren't I?
Not at all.
Farmers were poor in those days. That's what Dad was, a farmer. I had to help out. So I quit school and I went to Milwaukee. I became a secretary in a brewery. When you're a secretary in a brewery, it's pretty hard to make believe you're anything else. Everything is beer. It wasn't much fun, but it helped at home. And there was a little theater group, like a drop of rain in the desert. That's where I met Eddie. He was a radio technician. We played Liliom for 3 performances. I was awful. And then the war came, and we got married. Eddie was in the Air Force, and they sent him to the South Pacific. You were with the OWI, weren't you, Mr. Richards? That's what Who's Who says. Well, with Eddie gone, my life went back to beer, except for a letter a week. One week, Eddie wrote he had a leave coming up. I'd saved my money and vacation time, and I went to San Francisco to meet him. Eddie wasn't there. They forwarded the telegram from Milwaukee, the one that came from Washington, to say that Eddie wasn't coming at all, that Eddie was dead. So I figured I'd stay in San Francisco. I was alone, but couldn't go back without Eddie. I found a job, and his insurance helped, and there were theaters in San Francisco. And one night, Margot Channing came to play Remembrance, and I went to see it. And, well, here I am.
She finishes, dry eyes and self-composed. Margot squeezes the bridge of her nose, dabs at her eyes. What a story! Everything but the bloodhounds snapping at her rear end. That breaks the spell. Margot turns to her.
There are some human experiences, Birdie, that do not take place in a vaudeville house, and that even a fifth-rate vaudevillian should understand and respect. I want to apologize for Birdie's...
You don't have to apologize for me. Well, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. It's just my way of talking.
You didn't hurt my feelings, Miss Coonan.
Call me Birdie. As for being fifth rate, I closed the first half for 11 years, and you know it. She slams into the bathroom again. At that precise instant, Bill Sampson flings open the door to the dressing room. He's youngish, vital, undisciplined. He lugs a beat-up suitcase, which he drops as he crosses to Margot. Oh, we can't hear you.
45 minutes from now, my plane takes off. And how do I find you? Not ready yet? Look like a junkyard. Looking like a junkyard.
Thank you so much.
Is it sabotage? Does my career mean nothing to you? Have you no human consideration?
Show me a human, and I might have.
Bill.
The airlines have clocks, even if you haven't. I start shooting a week from Monday. Zanuck is impatient. He wants me. He needs me.
Bill.
Zanuck. What are you two, lovers?
Bill grins suddenly, drops to one knee beside her.
Only in some ways. You're prettier.
I'm a junkyard.
Bill!
Huh?
This is Eve Harrington?
Bill flashes a fleeting look at Eve.
Hi. My wonderful junkyard. The mystery and dreams you find in a junkyard.
Oh, heaven help me. I love a psychotic.
Bill grins, rises, sees Eve as if for the first time.
Hello, what's your name?
Eve Harrington.
You've already met.
Where?
Right here a minute ago.
Yeah, it's nice.
She, too, is a great admirer of yours.
Imagine all this admiration in just one room.
Take your mistress into the bathroom and dress her. Without comment.
Bertie shuts it and goes into the bathroom. In a moment, we hear a shower start to run. Eve gets up.
Not going, are you?
I think I'd better. It's been, well, I can hardly find the words to say how it's been.
Oh, no, don't go.
The four of you must have so much to say to each other with Mr. Sampson leaving.
Margot impulsively crosses to Eve.
Stick around, please. Tell you what, we'll put Stanislavski on his plane, and you and I, well, then go somewhere and talk.
Well, if I'm not in the way.
Oh, I won't be a minute.
She darts into the bathroom. Eve sits down again.
Lloyd, we've got to go.
Lloyd gets up. Karen crosses to pound on the bathroom door. She yells. The shower is going.
Margot, good night. I'll call you tomorrow.
Margot's answer is lost in the shower noise. Karen crosses to kiss Bill. She's joined by Lloyd.
Good luck, genius.
Geniuses don't need good luck. I do. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about you, Lloyd. Keep the thought.
They shake hands warmly. Karen and Lloyd move to Eve.
Good night, Eve. I hope I see you again soon.
I'll be at the old stand tomorrow matinee.
Not just that way, as a friend.
I'd like that.
It's been a real pleasure, Eve.
I hope so, Mr. Richards. Good night.
Lloyd shakes her hand, crosses to join Karen, who waits at the opening dressing room door.
Mrs. Richards? I'll never forget this night as long as I live, and I'll never forget you for making it possible.
Karen smiles warmly. She closes the door. They leave.
And I'll never forget you, Eve. Where were we going that night, Lloyd and I? Funny the things you remember and the things you don't.
Interior Margot's dressing room night. Eve sits in the same chair. Bill keeps moving around. Eve never takes her eyes off him. He offers her a cigarette. She shakes her head. He looks at his watch.
You said 47 minutes. You'll never make it.
I told you a lie. We'll make it easily. Margot's got no more conception of time than a halibut.
He goes to the dressing room table, picks up Margot's pocketbook, opens it. He finds a letter. He glances at it, puts it back.
She's been carrying that letter around for weeks. I've read it 3 times.
Oh, you're supposed to zip the zipper, not me.
Like trying to zip a pretzel. Stand still. Bill grins.
What documentary those two would make, like a mongoose and a cobra.
She sprawls on the chaise, closes his eyes, a pause. Oh, he does.
So you're going to Hollywood?
Bill grunts in the affirmative. Silence.
Why?
I just wondered.
Just wondering what?
Why?
Why what?
Why you have to go out there?
I don't have to. I want to.
Isn't the money?
80% of it will go to taxes.
Then why? Why, if you're the best and most successful young director in the theater?
The theater. The theater. What book of rules says the theater exists only within some ugly building crowded in not 1 square mile of New York City, or London, or Paris, or Vienna? Perhaps, Junior, and learn what, want to know what the theater is? A flea circus, also an opera, also rodeo and carnivals, ballets, Indian tribal dances, Punch, Judy, one-man band, all theater. Wherever there's magic and make-believe and audience, there's the theater. Donald Duck, Eastman, and the Lone Ranger, Sarah Bennett, Poodles, Hannaford, Lunt, Fontaine, Betty Grapbles, Rex and Wild, Eleanor and Deuce. You don't understand them all, and you don't like them all. Why should you? For the theater is for everybody, you included, but not exclusively. So don't approve or disapprove. It may not be your theater, but it's theater to somebody, somewhere.
I just asked a simple question.
Yeah, shot my mouth off. Nothing personal, Junior, no offense. It's just there's so much bourgeois in this ivory green room they call the theater. Sometimes it gets around under my chin.
He lies down again.
But Hollywood, you mustn't stay there.
There's only one picture deal.
So few come back.
Yeah, they keep you under drugs out there with armed guards.
Pause.
I read George G. Nathan every week.
Also Addison DeWitt.
Every day.
You didn't have to tell me.
Margot, putting on an earring, buzzes out of the bathroom, followed by Bertie. Bill sits up.
I understand it's the latest thing. Just one earring. If it isn't, it's going to be. I can't find the other.
She grabs her pocketbook, starts rummaging. Out comes a letter.
Throw that dreary thing away. It bores me.
Margot drops it into the wastebasket, keeps rummaging.
Where do you suppose it could be?
It'll show up.
Oh, well. Look through the wigs. Maybe it got caught.
Real diamonds in a wig. The world we live in.
Where's my coat?
Right where you left it. She goes behind the chase. She comes up with a magnificent mink.
The scene.
Margot starts to straighten them.
Can't keep his eyes off my legs.
Like a nylon lemon peel.
Byron couldn't have said it more graciously. Here we go.
By now, she's turning in the coat and has Eve's arm, heading for the door. Bill puts his arm around Bertie.
Got any messages? What do you want to tell Tyrone Power?
Just give him my number. I'll tell him myself. Bill kisses her cheek. She kisses Bill. Kill the people. Got your key?
See you home.
Margot and Eve proceed. Bill out the door. Exterior, LaGuardia Field, night. American Airlines baggage counter. The rain has stopped, but it's wet. Margot, Eve, and Bill are stymied behind 2 or 3 couples waiting to be checked in. Margot's arm is through Bill's. They become increasingly aware of their imminent separation. Eve senses her superfluity. A lull. Bill cranes at the passenger heading the line. In earnest conversation with the dispatcher, he sighs.
They have to time it so everybody gets on at the same minute or the last minute, so they can close the doors and let you sit.
The man up ahead moves on.
I have a suggestion. There's really not much time left. I mean, you haven't had a minute alone yet, and, well, I could take care of everything here and meet you at the gate with the ticket, if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we'd like that very much. You sure you wouldn't mind?
Of course not.
Bill hands Eve the ticket. Margot smiles gratefully at her. Eve smiles back. Exterior, passage and gate. LaGuardia night. It's covered with glass windows. Margot's arm is in Bill's.
She's quite a girl. What's her name?
Eve. I've forgotten they grew that way.
Lack of pretense, had sort of strange directness and understanding.
Did she tell you about the theater and what it meant?
I told her. I sounded off.
All the religions in the world rolled into one, and we're gods and goddesses. Isn't it silly? I mean, suddenly I've developed a big protective feeling for her. A lamb loose in our big stone jungle.
Bill pauses and pulls her to one side. Some passengers go by. A pause.
Take care of yourself out there.
I understand they've got the Indians pretty well in hand.
Bill.
Huh.
Don't get stuck on some glamour puss.
I'll try.
You're not such a bargain, you know. Conceited and thoughtless and messy, and
Everybody can't be Gregory Peck.
you're a setup for some gorgeous wide-eyed young babe.
How childish are you gonna get before you quit it?
I don't want to be childish. I'd settle for just a few years.
And cut that out right now.
Am I going to lose you, Bill? Am I?
As of this moment, you're 6 years old.
He starts to kiss her, stops when she becomes aware of Eve standing near them. She has his tickets in her hand.
Already?
She hands Bill his ticket. They start toward the gate. Interior boarding gate, LaGuardia, night. The DC-6 and the BG in the background, a few visitors. Bill hands his ticket to the guard, turns to Eve.
Thanks for your help. And good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Sampson.
Bill puts his arm around Margot.
Name me a muffler.
Call me when you get in.
They kiss. Margot's arms tighten desperately. Bill pulls away, kisses her again lightly, starts for the plane. Margot turns away. Eve puts her arms through Margot's. Bill pauses en route to the plane.
Hey, Junior.
Margot turns to look at him with Eve.
Keep your eyes on her. Don't let her get lonely. She's a loose lamb in the jungle.
Eve looks at Margot. Margot smiles.
Don't worry.
Bill waves, climbs aboard. The door is closed behind him. The departure routine starts. Margot and Eve turn to go. They walk down the passage. As they walk, Eve gently disengages her arm from Margot's and puts it comfortingly about her.
That same night, we sent for Eve's things, her few pitiful possessions. She moved into the little guest room on the top floor.
Interior dining hall night. Margot slides her finger reflectively up and down the sides of the almost empty highball glass.
She cried when she saw it. It was so like her little room back home in Wisconsin.
Addison eyeing her quizzically, he offers her the whiskey. Margot shakes her head absently. She looks down at her glass again. Then she raises her eyes to look at Eve.
The next 3 weeks were not a fairy tale, and I was Cinderella in the last act. Eve became my sister, lawyer, mother, friend, psychiatrist, and cop. The honeymoon was on.
Interior Margot's living room day. It is one floor above the street level, a long, narrow room, smartly furnished, including a Sarah Siddons award. Margot's narrative overlaps into the scene, which is a silent one. Eve sits at the smart desk, which is just arranged in a stack of letters, she is just arranging a stack of letters, which she carries to Margot with a pen. Margot sits comfortably by the fire with a play script. She hands the script up to Eve, shakes her head and holds her nose. Eve smiles, takes the script, hands Margot the letter to sign. Bertie comes in with a tea tray, which she sets on a low table before the fire. The phone rings. Bertie and Eve both go for it. Eve gets there first. By her polite but negative attitude, we know she's giving someone a skillful brush off. Bertie glares first at her, then at Margot. Margot leans her head back, closes her eyes blissfully. Bertie slams the double door to the landing on her way out. Interior backstage Curran Theater. Day. From the wings, the audience is never visible. Even in the foreground, Margot and company taking a curtain call. Tumultuous applause. The curtain falls. The cast, except for Margot and two male leads, walk off. The curtain rises again. Eve, watching and listening to the storm of applause, her eyes shine. She clasps and unclasps her hands. The stage. Eve again in the foreground, but closer. Again the curtain falls. This time the two men go off. Curtain rises on Margot alone. If anything, the applause build. Eve, the same hypnotic look. There are tears in her eyes. The curtain falls off scene, then rises again. Margot, the curtain falls again between her and the camera. Backstage, the curtain just settling on the floor. Margot starts off. Oh, who's stage manager? Okay.
One more.
One more.
From now on, it's not applause. Just something to do till the aisles get less crowded.
She walks as she talks and winds up at Eve, still in the wings. Eve's eyes are wet. She dabs at her nose.
What? Again?
I could watch you play that last scene 1,000 times and cry every time.
Performance number 1000 of this one, if I play it that long, will take place in a well-padded booby hatch.
She takes Eve's arm. They stroll towards her dressing room.
I must say you can certainly tell Mr. Sampson's been gone a month.
You certainly can, especially if you're me between now and tomorrow morning.
I mean, the performance. Except for you, you'd think he'd never even directed it. It's disgraceful the way they change everything around.
Well, teachers away, actors will be actors.
During your second act scene with your father, Roger Faraday's supposed to stay way upstage at the Arch. He's been coming closer down every night.
When he gets too close, I'll spit in his eye.
They're at her dressing room by now. Margot's been unhooking her gown with Eve's help. They go in. Interior Margot's dressing room night. It's undergone quite a change. A new carpet, chintz covers for the furniture, new lampshades, dainty curtains across the filthy, barred windows. Bertie waits within. She's listening to a fight. She shuts it off as they enter.
You bought the new girdles a size smaller. I can feel it.
Something maybe grew a size bigger.
When we get home, you're going to get into one of these girdles and act for 2.5 hours.
I couldn't get into the girdle in 2.5 hours. I couldn't get into the girdle in 2.5 hours. Margot's out of her wig and dress by now. She gets into her robe, sits at the dressing table. Eve's on the chase by the discarded costumes.
You haven't noticed my latest bit of interior decorating.
Well, you've done so much. What's new?
The curtains. I made them myself.
Oh, they are lovely. Aren't they lovely, Bertie?
Adorable. We now got everything a dressing room needs except a basketball hoop.
Just because you can't even work a zipper. It was very thoughtful, Eve, and I appreciate it.
A pause. Eve rises, picking up Margot's costume.
While you're cleaning up, I'll take this to the wardrobe mistress.
Oh, don't bother. Mrs. Brown will be along for it in a minute.
No trouble at all.
And as she goes out with the costume, Bertie opens her mouth, shuts it, then opens it again. If I may be so bold as to say something, did you ever hear the word union?
Behind in your dues? How much?
I haven't got a union. I'm slave labor.
Well,
But the wardrobe women have got one. And next to the tenor, a wardrobe woman is the touchiest thing in show business.
oh.
Well, she's got two things to do: carry clothes and press them, and wrong, and just let anybody else muscle in. As she talks, Margot hurries to the door and out after Eve. Interior backstage Curran Theater. Margot pops out, looks for Eve, then stares in amazement. Eve in the wings. She stands before a couple of cheval mirrors set up for the cast members. She has Margot's dress held up against her body. She turns this way and that, bows as if to applause, mimicking Margot exactly. Margot watches her curiously. Then she smiles.
Eve?
Eve, startled, whips the gown away, turns to Margot. Margot smiles understandingly.
I think we'd better let Mrs. Brown pick up the wardrobe.
Wordlessly, Eve brings it toward her. Interior Margot's bedroom, night. Margot's asleep. The bedside clock with a luminous dial reads 3 a.m. exactly. The phone rings. Her head comes up out of the pillow. She shakes it. She fumbles, switches on a lamp, then picks up the phone.
Hello?
Hey, we're ready for your call to Beverly Hills.
Call? What call?
It's this Templeton 89970, Miss Margot Channing.
That's right. But I don't understand.
We're ready with the call you placed from 10 midnight California time. Mr. William Sampson in Beverly Hills.
I placed?
Go ahead, please. Bill's voice. Margot, what a wonderful surprise.
Margot jumps at his vehemence. As she does so, the screen wipes down diagonally left to right so that Margot remains in the lower right-hand diagonal of the screen, and Bill is disclosed in the upper left. He too is in bed reading. His clock says midnight.
What a thoughtful, ever-loving thing to do.
Bill? Have I gone crazy, Bill?
You're my girl, aren't you?
That I am.
Then you are crazy.
When are you coming back?
I leave in a week. The picture's all wrapped up. We previewed last night. Those previews. Like opening up a new town, but terrifying. There's nothing you can do. You're trapped in this little tin can.
Oh, in a tin can, cellophane, or wrapped in a Navajo blanket. I want you home.
You in a hurry?
A big hurry. Oh, be quick about it. So good night, darling, and sleep tight.
Wait a minute. You can't hang up. You haven't said it.
Bill, you know how much I do. But over the phone, no, really, that's kid stuff.
Kid stuff or not, I don't, it doesn't happen every day. I want to hear it. And if you don't say it, you can sing it.
Sing it?
Sure, like the Western Union boys used to do.
Margot's eyes pop, her jaw and the phone sag.
Bill, oh, Bill, it's your birthday.
And you remembered, and who remembered it? Who's there on the dot at 12 midnight?
Margot knows darn well it wasn't she.
Happy birthday, Bill. Happy birthday, darling.
The readings could have been better, but as you said it, many happy returns of the day.
Many happy returns of the day.
I get a party, don't I?
Oh, of course. Birthday and welcome home. Who'll I ask?
It's not so secret. I know all about the party. Eve wrote me.
She did?
Yeah, she hasn't missed a week since I left. But you know all about that. You probably told her to write me, or you probably told her what to write. Anyway, I sent her a list of the people to ask. Check with her.
Yeah, I will.
How is it, Eve? Okay?
Okay.
I love you.
I'll check with Eve.
What?
Oh, I love you too. Good night, darling.
See ya.
Margot hangs up. Bill hangs up. He replaces the phone, picks up his book. Slow wipe until only Margot is on the screen. She puts her phone away. She gets a cigarette. She lights it. She rolls over on her back. Interior Margot's room day. Margot is propped up in bed, still reflective. Bertie comes in with a breakfast tray and a high, which gets a high from Margot. She starts on some petty chores. Margot takes a sip of her orange juice.
Bertie.
Hmm?
You don't like Eve, do you?
You want an argument or an answer?
An answer.
No.
Why not?
Now you want an argument.
Well, she works hard.
Night and day.
She's loyal and efficient.
Like an agent with one client.
She thinks, Only for me. Doesn't she?
Well, let's say she thinks only about you anyway.
How do you mean that?
Birdie stops whatever she's doing. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Like, let's see, like, she was studying you. Like, you were a play or a book or a set of blueprints. How you walk, talk, think, eat, sleep.
I'm sure that's very flattering, Bertie, and I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that.
There is a sharp, brisk knock. Eve comes in. She's dressed in a smart suit. She carries a leather portfolio.
Good morning.
Margot says good morning. Bertie says nothing. Eve shows off the suit proudly.
Well, what do you think of my elegant new suit?
Very becoming. It looks better on you than it did on me.
I can imagine. You know, all it needed was some taking in here and letting out there. Are you sure you won't want it for yourself?
Quite sure. I find it just a bit too 17-ish for me.
Oh, come on now, as though you were an old lady. I'm on my way. Is there anything more you thought of?
There's the script to go back to the guild.
I've got it.
And there those checks or whatever it is for the income tax man.
Right here.
It seems I can't think of a thing you haven't thought of.
That's my job. See you at tea time.
Eve, by any chance, did you place a call from me to Bill for midnight California time?
Oh, golly. And I forgot to tell you.
Yes, dear. You forgot all about it.
Well, I was sure you'd want to, of course, being his birthday, and you've been so busy these past few days and last night. I meant to tell you before you went out with the Richards, and I guess I was asleep when you got home.
Yeah, I guess you were. It was very thoughtful of you, Eve.
Mr. Sampson's birthday. I certainly wouldn't forget that. You'd never forgive me. As a matter of fact, I sent him a telegram myself.
And she's gone. Margot stares at the closed door, then at Bertie. Bertie, without comment, goes out. Margot, alone, looks down at her orange juice. Absently, she twirls in it. Its bed of shaved ice. Twirls it in its bed. Interior dining hall, Saracen Society night. Margot reflectively twirling her highball glass. The applause continues. She shifts her glass to drink. Her glass meets Karen's. She raises the glass in a silent toast. Karen smiles wanly at Margot's toast. Then the smile fades and she looks reflectively back at Eve.
I saw Eve quite often after our first meeting, but we never really talked again, at least until the party Margot gave for Bill when he returned from Hollywood.
Interior, Margot's bedroom night. It's January. The bed is littered with fur coats. Through the open door, from the floor below, the murmur of a party at a late hour. No hilarity.
It's always convenient in a party to know the hostess well enough to use her bedroom rather than go where all the others have to go.
Karen is making repairs at Margot's dressing table. Eve enters carrying a magnificent sable coat, which she drops on the bed.
Oh, now who's shown up at this hour? It's time people went home. Hold that coat up. Whose is it?
Some Hollywood movie star. Her plane got in late.
Discouraging, isn't it? Women with furs like that where it never gets cold.
Hollywood.
Tell me, Eve, how are things with you? Are you happy?
Eve melts into warmth. She beams, sits on the bed. Karen has spun around on the dressing table stool.
There should be a new word for happiness. Being here with Miss Channing has been, I just can't say. She's been so wonderful, done so much for me.
Lloyd says Margot compensates for underplaying on the stage by overplaying reality. Next to that sable, my new mink looks like an old bed jacket. You've done your share, Eve. You've worked wonders with Margot.
She starts out.
Mrs. Richards?
Karen.
Karen, isn't it awful? I'm about to ask you for another favor after all you've already done.
No one's done so much, Eve. You've got to stop thinking of yourself as one of the 100 neediest cases. What is it?
Well, Miss Channing's affairs are in such good shape. There isn't enough to keep me busy as I should be, really. Not that I've ever considered anything that would take me away from her, but the other day, when I heard Mr. Fabian tell Miss Channing that her understudy was going to have a baby and they'd have to replace her.
She looks down at the coverlet once more.
You want to be Margot's new understudy.
I don't let myself think about it, even. But I do know the part so well, and every bit of the staging, there'd be no need to break in a new girl. But I suppose I had to go on some night. To an audience that came to see Margot Channing. No, I couldn't possibly.
Don't worry too much about that. Margot just doesn't miss a performance. If she can walk, crawl, or roll, she plays.
The show must go on.
No, dear, Margot must go on. As a matter of fact, I see no reason why you shouldn't be Margot's understudy.
Do you think Miss Channing would approve?
I think she'd cheer.
But Mr. Richards and Mr. Sampson?
They'll do as they're told.
Eve smiles a little, a pause.
Then would you talk to Mr. Fabian about it?
Of course.
You won't forget it?
I won't forget.
I seem to be forever thanking you for something, don't I?
She hugs Karen, leaves. She nearly collides with Bertie in a way. The bed looked like a dead animal act. Which one is Sable's?
But she just got here.
Well, she's on her way with half the men in the joint. It's only a fur coat.
What did you expect? Live sables?
A diamond collar, gold sleeves, picture people. They start out.
Bill says actors out there eat just as infrequently as they do here.
They can always grab oranges off the trees. Well, you can't do that in Times Square. Through the open door, we see them go down the stairs and out of sight. Interior, second floor landing and stairs. Night. Karen and Bertie come down the stairs to Bill, Max, Addison, a blonde young lady named Miss Caswell, Addison's protege of the moment. And at the feet of Bill and Addison, Eve. They are all seated on the steps. Bertie goes through and down the stairs to the first floor. Karen remains with the others. Addison is holding forth. Every now and then, some elder statesman of the theater or cinema assures the public that folks and actresses are just plain folk, ignoring the fact that their greatest attraction to the public is their complete lack of resemblance to normal human beings.
Well, now there's something a girl could make sacrifices for.
And probably has.
Sable.
Mr. Sable or Gable?
Either one.
It is senseless to insist that theatrical folk in New York, Hollywood, and London are no different from the good people of Des Moines, Chillicothe, and Liverpool. By and large, we are concentrated gatherings of neurotics, egomaniacs, emotional misfits, and precocious children.
Gable, why the fellow like you don't come east to the play? He must be miserable. The life he lives out there.
These so-called abnormalities, they're our stock in trade. They make us actors, writers, directors, etc. in the first place.
Answer me this. What makes a man become a producer?
What makes a man walk into a lion's cage with nothing but a chair?
This answer satisfies me 100%.
We all have abnormalities in common. We are a breed apart from the rest of the humanity. We, theater folk, we are the original displaced personalities.
You don't have to read his column tomorrow. You just heard it. I don't agree, Addison.
That abnormality, or that happens to be your particular abnormality?
Oh, there's a screwball element in the theater. It sticks out. It got a spotlight on it and a brass band, but it isn't basic. It isn't standard. If it were, the theater wouldn't survive.
Oh, waiter.
A butler goes right by. That isn't a waiter, my dear. That's a butler.
Well, I can't exactly yell, "Oh, butler," can I? Maybe somebody's name is Butler.
Well, you have a point. An idiotic one, but a point.
But I don't want to make trouble. All I want is a drink.
Leave me. I'll get you one.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fabian.
Max leaves with her empty glass. Well done. I see your career rising in the east like the sun. You were saying?
I was saying the theater is 9/10 hard work. Work is done the hard way by sweat, application, and craftsmanship. I'll agree. I'll agree to this. That to be a good actor, actress, or anything else in the theater means wanting to be that more than anything else in the world.
Yes, it does.
It means concentration of ambition, desire to sacrifice as such as no other privilege demands. And I'll agree that the man or woman who accepts those terms can't be ordinary, can't be just someone. To give so much to almost always so little, for almost always so little.
Eve speaks almost unaware of what she says. She looks at no one in particular, just off.
So little, did you say? Why, if there's nothing else, there's applause. It's like waves of love coming over the footlights and wrapping you up. Imagine to know every night that different hundreds of people love you. They smile, their eyes shine, you've pleased them. They want you. You belong. Just that alone is worth anything.
She becomes aware of Addison's strange smile, of Bill's looks of warm interest. She's embarrassed. She turns away, then scrambles to her feet as Margot approaches with Lloyd from the direction of the pantry. Margot's had too much to drink. Her fake smile fades as Eve gets up. She's unpleasant and depressed.
Don't get up. And please stop acting as if I were the Queen Mother.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Let's see. Bill.
Oh. Outside of the beehive, Margot, your behavior has hardly been considerable, either queenly or motherly.
Oh, you're in a beehive, pal. Didn't you know? We're all busy little bees, full of stings and making honey day and night. Aren't we, honey?
Oh, Margot, really?
Please don't play governess, Karen. I haven't your unyielding good taste. I wish I'd gone to Radcliffe too, but Father wouldn't hear of it. He needed help at the notions counter. I'm being rude now, aren't I? Or should I say, ain't I?
You're maudlin and full of self-pity. You're magnificent. Max has come up with Miss Caswell's drink.
How about calling it a night?
And you pose as a playwright. A situation pregnant with possibilities, and all you can think of is everybody to go to sleep.
That's a good thought.
It won't play.
As a non-professional, I think it's an excellent idea. A bit undramatic, but practical.
As she speaks, she makes her way to Lloyd's side.
Happy little housewife.
Cut it out.
This is my house, not a theater. In my house, you're a guest, not a director.
Then stop being a star. Start treating your guests like your supporting cast.
Hear, hear.
Now let's not get into a big hassle.
I'd say it's about time we did. It's about time Margot realizes that what's attractive on stage does not necessarily be attractive off.
All right, I'm going to bed. You be the host. It's your party. Happy birthday, welcome home. And we who are about to die salute you.
She starts upstairs.
Need any help?
To put me to bed? Take my clothes off, hold my hand, tuck me in, turn off the lights, tiptoe out? Eve would. Wouldn't you, Eve?
If you'd like.
I wouldn't like.
She goes up, exits out of sight. A pause. Miss Caswell reaches up to take the drink out of Max's hand.
Oh, I forgot I had it.
I didn't.
Bill gets up and goes after Margot. Too bad. We'll miss the third act. They're going to play it off stage. Eve turns away abruptly in sudden tears.
Going?
In a minute.
She crosses to Eve, puts an arm around her.
You mustn't mind Margot too much, even if I do.
There must be some reason. Something I've done without knowing.
The reason is Margot, and just don't try and figure it out. Einstein couldn't do it.
If I thought I'd offended her, of all people.
Eve, I'm fond of Margot too, but I know her, and every now and then there is nothing I want to do so much as kick her square in the pants.
Well, if she's got to pick on someone, I'd just as soon it was me.
Karen smiles back. She joins Lloyd and Max.
Max is going to drop us.
I've often wondered, Max, why you bother with a chauffeur and limousine in New York City.
In my case, it's necessary. Too many taxi drivers, right place.
And too many of them are produced.
Oh, let's go sit by the piano.
You have me confused with Dan Daly. You go sit by the piano. And you come sit by me. Good night. They laugh, say good night, and start downstairs as Eve crosses to Addison.
Karen? You won't forget, will you? What we talked about before?
No, Eve, I won't forget.
She follows the men downstairs. Close-up of an old engraving of Mrs. Siddons as the tragic muse, which hangs among other theatrical mementos on the stairwell. Interior dining hall, Sarah Siddons Society night. The applause continue. Margot sits back in her chair now, picking at a bit of fingernail polish.
Bill's welcoming home birthday party, a night to go down in history, like the Chicago Fire or the massacre of the Huguenots. Even before the party started, I could smell disaster in the air.
Interior Margot's bedroom night. The same night as the previous sequence, but before the party has started. Margot is all dressed except for jewelry. She stands before her dressing room, putting it on. She sips an enormous martini.
I knew it. I sensed it even as I finished dressing for that blasted party.
Gordy comes in. Y'all put together?
My back's open. Did the extra help get here?
Well, there's some loose characters dressed like maids and butlers. Who'd you call, the William Morris Agency?
You're not being funny. I could get actors for less. What about the food?
The caterer had to bring for hors d'oeuvres. Voila.
That French ventriloquist taught you a lot, didn't he?
Well, there was nothing he didn't know. There's a message from the bartender. Does Miss Channing know we ordered domestic gin by mistake?
The only thing I ordered by mistake is the guests. They're domestic too, and they don't care what they drink as long as it burns. Where's Bill? He's late.
Late for what?
Oh, don't be dense. The party.
I ain't dense. And he's been here 20 minutes.
Well, I certainly think it's odd he hasn't even come up.
Her glance meets Bertie's. She turns and strolls out. Interior third floor landing night. Margot speeds up, going down the stairs. Interior second floor landing night. Margot shows up again deliberately as she reaches the landing. Sound of Bill and Eve laughing together from the living room. Margot strolls towards it casually. We see Eve seated, looking up, fascinated at Bill as he talks out of the laughter. Bill.
Don't let it worry you, said the cameraman. Even that DeMille couldn't say anything looking through the wrong end. So that's the first and last time.
Eve sees Margot approach. She gets up. Bill turns. Interior Margot's living room night. As Margot strolls up, very offhand.
Oh, don't let me kill the point. Or isn't it a story for grown-ups?
You heard it. About when I looked up through the wrong end of the camera finder.
Remind me to tell you about when I looked into the heart of an artichoke.
I'd like to hear it.
Some snowy night in front of the fire. In the meantime, while we're on the subject, will you check about the hors d'oeuvres? The caterer forgot them. The varnish wasn't drying or something.
Of course.
She leaves, a short lull. Margot looks into the cigarette boxes. Bill eyes her curiosity, crosses to the fire.
Looks like I'm going to have a very fancy party.
I thought you were going to be late.
Well, or when I'm the guest of honor.
I had no idea you were even here.
I ran into Eve on my way upstairs. She told me you were dressing.
Well, that never stopped you before.
Well, we started talking and she wanted to know all about Hollywood. She seemed interested.
Oh, she's a girl of so many interests.
It's a pretty rare quality these days.
She's a girl of so many rare qualities.
So it seems.
So, you pointed out so often. Oh, so many qualities. So often. Her loyalty, efficiency, devotion, warmth, affection, and so young and so fair.
Bill catches the drift, incredulously.
I can't believe you're making this up. It sounds like it's out of an old Clyde Fitch play.
Oh, Clyde Fitch? Oh, thought you may not think so. Was well before my time.
I've always denied that legends were made in our American. Wait, I've always denied that the legend that you were in our our American cousins the night Lincoln was shot.
I don't think that's funny.
Of course it's funny. This is all too laughable to be anything else. You know, I think about this age obsession of yours, and now this ridiculous attempt to whip yourself into some jealous froth because I spent 10 minutes with this stage-struck kid.
20 minutes.
30 minutes, 40 minutes, what of it?
Stage-struck kid. Oh, she's a young lady of qualities. And I'll have you know I'm fed up with both the young lady and her qualities. Studying me as if I were a play or a set of blueprints. How I walk, talk, think, eat, sleep.
Now how can you take offense at a kid trying in every way to be as much like her ideal as possible?
Oh, stop calling her a kid. It so happens there are particular aspects of my life to which I would like to maintain sole and exclusive rights and privileges.
For instance, what?
For instance, you.
This is my cue to take you into my arms and reassure you. But I'm not going to. I'm too mad.
Guilty.
Mad, darling. There's certain characteristics for which you are famous, on and off stage. I love you for some of them, and in spite of the others. I have to let those become too important to me. Those parts of your equipment for getting along in what is laughably called our environment. You've got to keep your teeth sharp, all right? But don't sharpen them on me or on Eve.
What about her teeth? What about her fangs?
She hasn't cut them yet, and you know it. So when you start judging this idealistic, dreamy-eyed kid by the barroom Bezendrine standards of some megalomaniac society, I won't have it. Eve Harrington has never, by word, look, thought, or suggestion indicated anything to me but her adoration for you, her happiness at our being in love, and to intimate anything else, intimate anything else, does spell jealousy to me. It smells like paranoid insecurity that you should be ashamed of.
Cut. Print it. Oh, what happens in the next reel? Do I get dragged off screaming to the snake pit?
Miss Channing?
Bill and Margot took off. Eve is in the room. They have no way of knowing how long she's been there.
The hors d'oeuvres are here. Is there anything else I can do?
Thank you, Eve. I'd like a martini. Very dry.
I'll get it. What do you have?
Eve involuntarily looks to Margot.
A milkshake?
Eve smiles, turns to Bill.
A martini. Very dry, please.
Bill smiles back and starts across the landing toward the pantry. As he crosses the stairs, Karen, Lloyd, and Max come up from the street level below. General greetings. Bill continues up the pantry. Eve and then Margot come up to add their welcome.
May I have your coat,
Oh, don't bother. I can take it up myself.
please?
Thank you, Eve.
Karen yields with a thank you, Eve, and then goes up with the coat. Lloyd looks after her approvingly.
I like that girl. The quality and the quiet graciousness.
Among so many quiet qualities.
They start for the living room.
Margot, nothing you've ever done has made me as happy as you're taking Eve in.
I'm so happy you're happy.
Look, you have been running a settlement house exactly. The kids earned her way. You had pretty mixed up inventory when you took over. Merchandise laying all over the shop. You've got Margot mixed up with the 5 and 10 cent store.
Make it Bergdorf Goodman. And now everything is on its proper shelf. Eh, Max? Done up with the little ribbons? I could die right now and nobody be confused. How about you, Max?
How about what?
They've come to a halt near the fireplace.
Suppose you drop dead. What about your inventory?
I'm gonna die? Not with a hit.
This is the most ghoulish conversation.
Bill brings 2 martinis, hands one to Margot.
Thank you.
Nothing really.
The kid, Junior, that is, will be right down, unless you'd like to take her drink up to her.
I can always get a fresh one. Karen, you're a Gibson girl.
He hands Eve's drinks to Karen. Max has wandered off. Other guests are arriving. Margot gulps her drink, hands Bill the empty glass. He puts it on a passing tray. Margot takes a fresh one at the same time.
The general atmosphere is very Macbethish. What has, or is it about to happen? What has or is about to happen?
What is he talking about?
Macbeth.
We know you. We've seen you like this before. We've seen you before like this. Is it over or is it just beginning?
Margot surveys them all.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night.
She downs the drink, hands the empty glass to Bill, and leaves them. She passes 2 women, gabbing by the piano, as they see her.
Margot, darling!
Darling.
Oh, darlings.
She arrives at the landing just as Addison comes up with Miss Caswell. Margot takes a drink from the passing tray.
I distinctly remember striking your name from the guest list. What are you doing here?
Dear Margot, you were an unforgettable Peter Pan. You must play it again soon. You remember Miss Caswell?
I do not. How do you do?
Oh, we never met, that's why.
Miss Caswell is an actress, a graduate of Copacabana School of Dramatic Arts. Ah, Eve.
Good evening, Mr. DeWitt.
I had no idea you knew each other.
This must be at long last our formal introduction. Until now, we have only met in passing.
Oh, Eve. This is an old friend of Mr. DeWitt's mother, Miss Caswell, Miss Harrington.
Yeah.
Addison, I've been wanting you to meet Eve for the longest time.
It could have only been your natural timidity that kept you from mentioning it.
Well, you've heard it of her great interest in the theater.
We have that in common.
Then you two must have a long talk.
I'm afraid Mr. DeWitt would find me boring before too long.
Oh, you won't bore him, honey. You won't even get to talk.
Claudia, dear, come closer. This is Max Fabian. He is a producer. Go do yourself some good.
Why do they always look like unhappy rabbits?
Because that is what they are. Go make him happy. Miss Caswell drapes her coat over the rail, heads for Max. Addison puts Eve's arm in his. You mustn't worry about your little charge. She's in safe hands.
Amen.
Eve smiles uncertainly at Margot as he leads her away. Margot looks after them. She downs her drink. Interior Margot's living room night. It's many martinis later. Most of the guests have gone. The party has reached that static state. Everyone assumes more or less permanent places. Birdie passes carrying a cup of coffee. Camera follows her. The piano where Margot sits on the bench beside the pianist. He is just finishing Liebestrom, and she stares moodily into a martini. Birdie halts beside her with a cup of coffee. Margot looks up. Birdie holds out the coffee. Margot takes the onion out of the martini, drops it into the coffee, and waves Birdie away. Birdie goes. Liebestrom comes to an end. The pianist tries to ease into a more sophisticated rhythm. Margot stops him.
Liebestrom.
I just played it.
Play it again.
But that was the 4th straight time.
Then this will be 5. I suppose you think I'm too drunk to count.
No, you're just crazy about Liebestrom.
Liebestrom.
Look, Miss Channing, it's kind of depressing. If you don't mind my saying so, everybody's kind of dying on the vine.
My dear Horowitz, in the first place, I'm paying you union scale. Second, it's my piano. Third, if everybody doesn't like kind of dying on the vine, they can get off the vine and go home.
Unhappily, he plays Liebestrom. Margot sips her martini, stares down into it again. Bill tiptoes up. Oh, we can't hear you.
Many of our guests are starting to wonder when they'll be permitted to view the body. Where has it been laid out?
It hasn't been laid out. We haven't finished with the embalming. As a matter of fact, you're looking at it. The remains of Margot Channing sitting up. It is my last wish to be buried sitting up.
Wouldn't you feel more natural taking a bow?
You know nothing about feelings, natural or unnatural.
Then without feelings, your guests are also wondering whether the music could be a shade more on the, shall we say, happier side?
If my guests do not like it here, I suggest they accompany you to the nursery where I'm sure you will all feel more at home.
Bill is about to get mad when Max bustles up.
Margot, by any chance you got the bicarbonate soda in the house?
Oh, poor Max. Heartburn? It's that Miss Caswell. I don't know why she doesn't give Addison heartburn.
No heat to burn. No heart to burn.
Everybody has a heart, except some people. Of course, I've got Bicarb. No, there's a box in the pantry. We'll put your name on it. Max Fabian. It'll say there. Always just for you.
Let the rest of the world beat their brains out for a buck. It's a friend and that counts. And I've got friends.
I love you, Max. I really mean it. I love you. Come to the pantry.
She takes off. Max waits to set Bill straight.
She loves me like a father also. She's loaded.
He starts off after Margot. As the camera pans with Bill, we see Margot going into the pantry with Max following her. Bill joins Addison and Miss Caswell on the stairs. Interior pantry, night. It's a good-sized one. In the background, the caterers are packing dishes, glassware, etc. Margot crosses to a cupboard. She finds the bicarb.
Here you are, Maxie, dear. Oh, I'm good burp, and you'll be rid of that, Miss Caswell.
The situation, I'm not in any kind of... I ain't the kind of you can belch your way out of. I made a promise.
Miss Caswell? What?
An audition for the part we're replacing. What's her name? Your sister?
He adds water to the bicarb.
Well, if she can act, she might not be bad. It looks like she might, burn down a plantation.
I feel right now it's like very one burning in me.
When's the audition?
A couple of weeks.
I tell you what. Why don't I read with her?
Would you?
Oh, anything to help you out, Max.
This is real cooperation. I appreciate it.
Not at all. And you could do me a big favor, if you would.
All you got to do is name it.
Give Eve Harrington a job in your office.
Max burped.
Oh, you get quick action, don't you?
Margot, I would like to think of taking that girl away from you.
You said yourself my inventory was in good shape. All of my merchandise put away. To keep her here with nothing to do, I'd be standing in her way. And you need her, Max.
But what can she do?
Oh, she'd be a great help. Read scripts, interview people you have to see, get rid of the ones you don't have to. Oh, you'd be a man of leisure.
Well,
think of your health, Max. More time to relax out in the fresh air or at a racetrack.
I don't know if this would be a wise move.
Oh, promise.
I promise.
That's my Max.
Lloyd enters looking for her.
Jacob, you want to take that back?
Yep, I do. There you are, both of you. Max and Karen has decided it's time to go.
Where is she?
Up in the room.
If you'll excuse me, I'll tell Mrs. Caswell.
He goes out. A pause.
Well, who's left out there?
Too many. And you've got a new guest, a movie star from Hollywood.
Shucks. And my autograph book is at the cleaners.
Another pause.
You disapprove of me when I'm like this, don't you?
Not exactly. Sometimes, though, I wish I understood you better.
When you do, let me in on it.
I will.
Another pause.
Well, how's the new one coming?
The play? All right, I guess.
Cora. She's still a girl of 20?
20-ish. It isn't important.
Don't you think it's about time it became important?
How do you mean?
Oh, don't be evasive.
Margot, you haven't got any age.
Miss Channing is ageless. Spoken like a press agent.
I know what I'm talking about. After all, they're my plays.
Spoken like an author. Lloyd, I'm not 20-ish. I am not 30-ish. 3 months ago, I was 40 years old. 40. 4-0. Oh, that slipped out. I hadn't quite made up my mind to admit it. And now I feel as if I'd suddenly taken all my clothes off.
Week after week, to thousands of people, you're as young as you want.
As young as they want, you mean? I mean, I'm not interested in whether thousands of people think I'm 6 or 600.
Just one person? Isn't that so? You know what this is all about, don't you? It has very little to do with whether you should play Cora. It has everything to do with the fact that you've had another fight with Bill.
A pause. Margot closes a box of bicarb.
Bill's 32. He looks 32. He looked it 5 years ago, and he'll look it 20 years from now. I hate men. Oh, don't worry, Lloyd. I'll play your play. I'll wear your rompers and come in rolling a hoop if you like. Let's go say goodnight.
They exit into the dining room. As they open the swinging door, the camera remains in the doorway. Margot and Lloyd walk toward the stairs. In the background, Eve is talking to the group. How much she says is dependent on how long it takes Margot and Lloyd to reach her.
Imagine to know every night that different hundreds of people love you. They smile, their eyes shine, you've pleased them, they want you, you belong. Anything's worth that.
Just as before, she becomes aware of Margot's approach with Lloyd. She scrambles to her feet.
Oh, don't get up. Oh, and please stop acting as if I were the Queen Mother.
As Margot speaks, or before, we fade out, fade in. Exterior New York Theater Street day. Margot gets out of the cab in front of the theater and goes in. It's Friday afternoon. No performance.
That fade out is our intermission.
Oh, yeah. That's just what I was trying to look up.
Yeah, so everybody, will see you back in 7 minutes on the 55.
Okay, we will see you then.
Good job. You guys are flying through this. Table Read Tuesdays is brought to you by Icon Industries. Cypher Studios has now become Icon Industries.
What is a roll mob?
Okay,
Used to be
I'll
everyone's question.
I would ask you. Oh, what?
hold on a second. I'll just.
I know what a rag mop is. I know what a roll pop is. I've never heard of a roll mob.
It's disgusting. I mean, I think they're normally not bad.
Okay.
But it's pickled herring wrapped around a pickle.
Charming.
No, it's Scandinavian. It's Scandinavian, Norwegian, and Swedish. Yeah.
And I think I normally like them, but it's been years since I've had them. And anytime I eat them, it's only because it reminds me of my grandma or my grandparents.
There you go.
Actually, both grandparents, I guess, both sides. But
Okay.
this time it was, it was not good.
I will consume them myself to prove that I am Scandinavian.
You don't have to. Okay. I knew we're about to hop back in, but I was gonna like try and show off my mug really quick. Never mind. You can't see it.
Put it over your body. Put it like this.
No, here. I'll just turn off my background real quick. Yeah. There. You got it.
I work in mysterious way. Please, even when I bother to show up for work, when I even bother to show up. Cute.
Nice.
It's appropriate.
Indeed.
Oh.
All right, we ready?
Yes.
Everybody
Ready
can
as
see the
ever.
screen. See the screen with the highlighted fade in? Yeah. All right. Cool. Fade in, exterior, New York Theater Street. Margot gets out of a cab in front of the theater and goes in. It's Friday afternoon. No performance.
What was it the wise man said? This too will pass it away. 2 weeks later, the day of the audition, all was well with Bill and me, the world and me.
Interior lobby and foyer. Curran Theater, day. Margot comes from the street through the lobby, a few people buying tickets, and into the deserted foyer. She spots Addison sprawled on one of the sofas.
Why so remote, Addison? I should think you'd be at the side of your protege, lending her moral support.
Miss Caswell at the moment is where I can lend no support, moral or otherwise.
The ladies, shall we say, lounge?
Being violently ill to her tummy.
Oh, it's good luck before an audition. She'll be all right once it's started.
He heads for the auditorium.
Miss Caswell got lucky too late. The audition is over.
Over? Well, it can't be. I've come to read with her. I promised Max.
The audition was called for 2:30. It is now nearly 4.
Is it really? Oh, I must start wearing a watch. I never do, you know. Who read with Miss Caswell? Bill? Lloyd? Well, it couldn't have been Max. Who?
Naturally enough, your understudy.
I consider it highly unnatural to allow a girl in an advanced state of pregnancy.
I refer to your new and unpregnant understudy, Eve Harrington.
Eve? My understudy?
Didn't you know?
Of course I knew.
It just slipped your mind.
A moment of silence.
How? How was Miss Caswell?
Frankly, I don't remember
Just slipped your mind?
completely. Nor, I am sure, could anyone else present tell you how Miss Caswell read, or whether Miss Caswell read or rode a pogo stick.
Was she that bad?
As Addison speaks, he rises with excitement.
Margot, as you know, I've lived in the theater as a Trappist monk lives his faith. I have no other world, no other life. And once in a great while, I experience that moment of revelation for which all true believers wait and pray. You were one. Jean Engels another. Paula Weasley, Hayes. There are others, 3 or 4. Eve Harrington will be among them.
I take it she read well.
She wasn't reading. It was a performance. Brilliant, vivid, something made of music and fire.
How nice.
In time, she'll be what you are.
A mass of music and fire. Oh, that's me. An old kazoo and some sparkles. Tell me, was Bill swept away too? Or were you too full of revelation to notice?
Bill didn't say. But Lloyd was beside himself. He listened to his play as if someone else had written it. He said, it sounded so fresh, so new, so full of meaning.
How nice for Lloyd. And how nice for Eve. Well, how nice for everybody.
Addison, of course, knows exactly what she's doing. He senses the approaching typhoon and whips it up.
Eve was incredibly modest. She insisted that no credit was due her, that Lloyd felt as he did only because she read lines exactly as he had written them.
The implication being that I have not been reading them as written.
Oh, to the best of my recollection, neither your name nor your performance entered the conversation.
Miss Caswell appears, uncertain, in the background.
Feeling better, my dear?
Like I just swam the English Channel. Now what?
Your next move, it seems to me, should be toward television.
Margot abruptly starts for the auditorium. Addison smiles. He takes Miss Caswell's arm.
Tell me, do they have auditions for television?
That's all television is, my dear. Nothing but auditions.
He takes her toward the street. Interior Theater, Coran Theater Day. The curtain is up. The set covered. Is a bedroom in a deteriorating southern mansion. There is no one in the theater but Max, seated on the aisle about 2/3 down, and Eve with Lloyd and Bill on the stage. She is seated. They stand between her and the auditorium. There is some ad-lib talk among the three which we cannot make out. Margot marches down the aisle with a steady pace. She passes Max, smiles a sickly, hopeful smile. She ignores him as if he were a used paper cup. She disappears through the door which leads backstage. Max whistles. Lloyd turns. Max indicated that the door and puts his hand over his head in despair. Margot walks out into the wings of stage. Bill and Lloyd turn to her. Eve rises.
Terribly sorry I'm late. Lunch was long and I couldn't find a cab. Where's Miss Caswell? Shall we start? Oh, hello, Eve.
Hello, Miss Channing.
How are you making out in Mr. Fabian's office? I don't want you working the child too hard, Max, just because you promised. As you see, I kept my promise too.
Max slumps in his seat. By the time Margot turns back to them, the others have exchanged swift looks.
It's all over.
What's all over?
The audition.
Eve? Well, how enchanting. Wherever did you get the idea of having Eve read with Miss Caswell?
She's your understudy.
Eve? Eve, my understudy. But I had no idea.
I thought you knew. She was put on over a week ago.
It seems almost inconceivable that I haven't seen her backstage. But with so many people loitering around, well, so Eva's not working for Max after all. Max, you sly puss.
Max submerges further in his seat.
Miss Channing, I can't tell you how glad I am that you arrived so late.
Really, Eve? Why?
Well, if you'd have been here to begin with, I wouldn't have dared to read at all.
Why not?
And if you'd come in the middle, I'd have stopped. I wouldn't have gone on.
What a pity. All that fire and music being turned off.
What do you think about that, Bill?
Fire? What fire and music?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. How was Miss Caswell?
Back to Copacabana. But Eve, Margot, let me tell you about Eve.
I was dreadful, Miss Channing. Believe me, I have no right to be anyone's understudy, much less yours.
I'm sure you underestimate yourself, Eve. You always do. You were about to tell me about Eve?
You'd have been so proud of her.
I'm sure.
She was a revelation.
To you too?
What do you mean?
I mean, among other things, that it must have been a revelation to have your 24-year-old character played by a 24-year-old actress.
That's beside the point.
No, it's right to the point. Also, that it must have sounded so new and fresh to you. So exciting to have the lines read as you wrote them.
Addison.
So full of meaning, fire and music.
You've been talking to that venomous fishwife, Addison DeWitt.
In this case, apparently, as trustworthy as the World Almanac.
You knew when you came in that the audition was over, that Eve was your understudy, playing that childish game of cat and mouse.
Not mouse, never mouse. If anything, rat.
You have a genius for making barroom brawl out of perfectly innocent misunderstandings at most.
Perfectly innocent. Oh man, have been hanged for less. I'm lied to, attacked behind my back, accused of reading your silly dialogue inaccurately as if it were holy gospel.
I never said that. It was.
Then you listened as if someone else had written your play. Whom did you have in mind? Sherwood? Arthur Miller? Beaumont and Fletcher?
Max has edged his way to the stage.
Oh, Max. Hey, may I say a word?
No. What makes you think that either Miller or Sherwood would stand for the nonsense I take from you? You'd better stick to Beaumont and Fletcher. They've been dead for 300 years.
He stalks into the wings. Bill's reaction to the fight is typical. He lights a cigarette, stretches out on the covered bed. Eve stands frozen with fear. Margot yells after Lloyd into the wings.
And they're getting better performances today than they ever got. All playwrights should be dead for 300 years.
Lloyd comes out of the door leading to the auditorium. The battle goes on without a pause. As he yells back, he crosses to Max at row A center.
That would solve none of their problems because actresses never die. The star never die and never change.
He starts up the aisle with Max.
You can change this star anytime you want for a new, fresh, exciting one, fully equipped with fire and music, anytime you want, starting with tonight's performance.
Now it's Max who stops and shouts back at her.
This is for the lawyers to talk about. This concern of a runaway play contract. And this you can't rewrite or ad-lib.
Are you threatening me with legal action, Mr. Fabian?
Are you breaking the contract?
Answer my question.
Who am I threatening? I am a dying man.
I didn't hear you.
I said I am a dying man.
Not until the last drugstore has sold its last pill.
I shall never understand the weird process by which a body with a voice suddenly fancies itself a mind. Just when exactly does an actress decide that her words she's saying and her thoughts she's expressing?
Usually at the point when she's got to rewrite and rethink them to keep the audience from leaving the theater.
It's about time the piano realized it has not written the concerto. Max has already walked out unhappily. Lloyd now slams out Margot, glares at him, then turns to Bill, who smokes a cigarette peacefully on the bed.
And you, I take it, are the Paderewski who plays this concrete concerto on me, the piano? Where is Princess Fire and Music?
Who?
The kid, Junior.
Gone.
I must have frightened her away.
I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes you frighten me.
Poor little flower. Just dropped her petals and folded her tent.
Don't mix your metaphors.
I mix what I like.
Okay, mix.
I'm nothing but a body with a voice. No mind.
What a body. What a body. What a voice.
The ex-ship news reporter. No body, no voice. All mine.
The gong rang. The fight's over. Calm down.
I will not calm down.
Don't calm down.
Oh, you're being terribly tolerant, aren't you?
I'm trying terribly hard.
Well, you needn't. I will not be tolerated, and I will not be plotted against.
Here we go.
Oh, such nonsense. What do you all take me for? A little Nell from the country? Been my understudy for over a week without my knowing? Hidden, no doubt.
Now don't get carried away.
Oh, shows up for an audition when everyone knew I'd be here and gives a performance out of nowhere. Gives a performance.
You've been all through that with Lloyd.
The playwright doesn't make the performance, and it doesn't just happen. And this one didn't. Full of fire and music and whatnot. It was carefully rehearsed, and I have no doubt, over and over. Full of those Bill Sampson touches.
Now I'm sick of these paranoid outbursts.
Paranoid?
I don't know, Eve. I didn't know Eve Harrington was your understudy until 2:30 this afternoon.
Oh, tell that to Dr. Freud, along with the rest of it.
She turns away. Bill grabs her, pulls her down on the bed. He holds her down.
No, I want to. I'll tell it to you for the last time. I'll tell it to you because you've got to stop hurting yourself and me, the two of us, by these paranoid tantrums.
That word again. I don't even know what it means.
It's time you found out. I love you. I love you. You're beautiful and intelligent woman, Vicky. A beautiful and intelligent woman and a great actress at the peak of her career. You have every reason for happiness. Every reason, but due to some strange, uncontrollable, unconscious drive, you permit the slightest actions of a kid like Eve, to turn you into a hysterical, screaming harpy. Now, once and for all, stop it.
Margot seems quiet. He gets up. She sits up.
It's obvious you're not a woman.
Been aware of that for some time now.
Well, I am.
I'll say.
Oh, don't be condescending.
Come on, get up. I'll buy you a drink.
I admit I may have seen better days, but I am still not to be had for the price of a cocktail, like a salted peanut.
Margot, let's make peace.
The terms are too high. Unconditional surrender.
Just be happy. Just stop all this nonsense about Eve and me.
It's not nonsense.
But if I tell you it is, as I just did, were you not just listening to me? Isn't that enough?
I wish it were.
Then what would be enough? If we were married?
I wouldn't want you to marry me just to prove something.
You've had so many reasons not to want to marry me, Margot. Tell me what's behind all of this.
I don't know. Oh, Bill, just a feeling. I don't know.
I think you do know what it is, and you won't or can't tell me. I said it before. It was going to be my last try, and I meant it. I can't think of anything else to do. I wish I could. We usually wind up screaming and throwing things up at the curtain when the curtain comes down. Then it comes up again and everything's fine. But not this time. You know, there isn't a playwright in the world who could make me believe that this would happen to two adult people. Goodbye, Margot.
No word from her. He starts away.
Bill,
He stops.
where are you going? To find Eve?
That suddenly makes the whole thing believable.
He goes out. Margot, alone, sits for a moment sadly. Then she begins to cry. Interior Richard's studio apartment day. One large room, a small foyer, and with a door to the corridor. A stair up the one wall to a narrow balcony from which a couple of bedrooms open. Karen is painting, earnestly but badly, a still life of an orange, an avocado, an eggplant, and 3 bananas.
On the day of the audition, my biggest worry was how to keep a banana-looking part of an eggplant. Then Lloyd came home. It was right after his brawl with Margot.
Lloyd slams the door, flings his hat away, strides in, peeling off muffler and overcoat.
Lloyd, what happened?
Up to here. That's where I've got it. Up to here. Of all the star-ridden, presumptuous, hysterical.
Margot again.
And again and again. 2 hours late for the audition to begin with.
That's on time for Margot.
Then a childish, heavy-handed routine about not knowing Eve was her understudy.
It's possible she didn't.
Of course she knew. For one thing, Addison told her how superbly Eve had read the part. Karen, let me tell you about Eve. She's got everything. A born actress, sensitive, understanding, young, exciting, vibrant.
Don't run out of adjectives, dear.
Everything a playwright first thinks of wanting to write about until his play becomes a vehicle for Miss Channing.
Well, Margot hasn't done badly by it.
Margot's great. She knows it. That's the trouble. She can't play Peck's bad boy all she wants. And who would stop her? Who's to give her the boot in the rear she needs and deserves? He starts up the stairs to the bedroom.
It's going to be a cozy weekend.
What is?
We're driving out to the country tomorrow night, just the 4 of us. Bill, Margot, you, and I.
Well, we've spent weekends before with nobody talking. Just to be sure to lock up all blunt instruments and throwable objects. As he goes into the bedroom, Karen sits thoughtfully on the couch. She muses.
Newton, they say, thought of gravity by getting hit on the head by an apple. And the man who invented the steam engine, he was watching a tea kettle. But not me. My big idea came to me just sitting on a couch.
She lies down, folds her hands behind her head.
That boot in the rear to Margot, heaven knows she had one coming. From me, from Lloyd, from Eve, Bill, Max, and so on. We'd all felt those size 5s of hers often enough. But how? The answer was buzzing around me like a fly.
She sits up. She smiles. The smile fades.
I had it, but I let it go. Screaming and calling names is one thing, but this could mean...
She shakes her head, crosses her easel, resumes work on the bananas. She slows down, then stops.
Why not? Why, I said to myself, not? It would all seem perfectly legitimate, and there were only 2 people in the world who would know. Also, the boot would land where it would do the most good for all concerned.
She puts the brush away and crosses to the phone, which is by Lloyd's work chair. As she crosses...
And after all, it was not more than a perfectly harmless joke, which Margot herself would be the first to enjoy.
She looks in a leather phone book, picks up the phone and dials.
And no reason why she shouldn't be told about it. In due time.
There's an answer at the other end.
Hello, will you call Miss Eve Harrington to the phone, please? Not at all. Thank you.
And as she waits, we dissolve to the exterior countryside night. Open country, preferably no houses in sight. Plenty of snow. Lloyd's car drives along.
It was a cold weekend, outside and in. Bill didn't come at all. Margot didn't know where he was and didn't care, she kept saying. Somehow we staggered through Sunday, and by the time we drove Margot to the station in late Monday afternoon, she and Lloyd had thawed out to the extent of at least being civil to each other.
Interior coupe night. Lloyd driving. All 3 in the front seat.
What time is it?
When you asked a minute ago, it was 5:42. It's now 5:43. When you ask a minute from now, it will be...
I just don't want Margot to miss her train, darling. As it is, she'll barely make the theater.
5:55. We'll be at the station in plenty of time.
That little place, just 2 hours from New York. It's on my list of things I'll never understand, like collecting shrunken Indian heads.
Well, of all people, you should know what it means to want some peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet is for libraries.
The car swerves, suddenly and slightly.
Lloyd, be careful.
Just a little skid, that's all. This road is like glass.
Well,
Karen and I just don't want an accident.
I have no intention of having an accident.
It's not important whether you do. We are wearing long underwear.
They all laugh. Suddenly the car slows and stops with that hissing sound that can only mean one thing. No gas. Now what's this? He tries to start again. No luck. He turns on the dashboard lights. The gas gauge reads empty. But it can't be. We can't be out of gas. I filled it myself yesterday. Wasn't it full when you drove to Brewster this morning?
I guess I didn't look. You know I don't pay attention to those things.
Incredible. Futilely, he runs to start it again.
How much time have we?
Roughly 10 minutes.
How far to the station?
About 3 or 4 miles.
Any houses or farms around where we can borrow gas?
None in sight. There aren't many along the back roads.
Not many cars either. Not much chance of a lift.
A moment of silence. Well, no sense in just sitting here. I'm going to walk up about a half a mile, just in case. He starts out of the car. The cold comes in like a knife. The women react.
Oh, you'll break your neck on that ice.
What a way to die, trying to get an actress to the theater on time. Tell Max I wanted to be buried with royalties.
Don't joke about such things.
How fortunate that I have an understudy so ready, so willing, and so able to go on.
The audience will want its money refunded, believe me.
Thank you, Lloyd. Godspeed.
Lloyd starts down the road. He slips once, recovers, waves and keeps going.
He always looks so pathetic whenever he does anything physical.
It seems to me that walking, for most people, is not very dangerous.
Well, I just never think of Lloyd as anywhere other than indoors and anything but sitting down.
Oh, be brave. He'll come back, with or without gas.
They tuck the fur car robes around them. A pause. Margot turns on the radio. It's the Liverstrom.
Do you want it on?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I detest cheap sentiment.
She turns it off. Another pause.
Karen? I haven't been pleasant this weekend.
We've all seemed a little tense lately.
Oh, come to think of it, I haven't been very pleasant for weeks. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I mean, more than any two people I know, I don't want you and Lloyd to be angry with us, with me.
We're never deeply angry. We just get sore. The way you do. We know you too well.
So many people know me. I wish I did. I wish someone would tell me about me.
You're Margot. Just Margot.
And what is that? Besides something spelled out in light bulbs, I mean. Besides something called temperament, which consists mostly of swooping about on a broomstick, screaming at the top of my voice. Infants behave the way I do. You know, I mean, they carry on and misbehave, and they get drunk if they knew how. And when they can't have what they want, well, when they feel unwanted and insecure, unloved.
There's a pause.
What about Bill?
What about Bill?
He's in love with you.
More than anything in this world, I love Bill, and I want Bill. I want him to want me, but me, not Margot Channing. And if I can't tell them apart, how can he?
Why should he? And why should you?
Bill's in love with Margot Channing. He's fought with her, worked with her, loved her. But 10 years from now, Margot Channing will have ceased to exist. And what's left will be what?
Margot, Bill is all of 8 years younger than you.
Those years stretch as the years go on. I've seen it happen too often.
Not to you, and not to Bill.
Isn't that what they always say?
She turns the radio on again. A piano in a tune.
I don't suppose the heater runs when the motor doesn't.
Silly, isn't it? You'd think they'd fix it so people could just sit in a car and keep warm.
Margot nods, gets some cigarettes out of her bag. She offers one to Karen. They light up.
About Eve, I've acted pretty disgracefully towards her, too.
Well,
let's not fumble for excuses. Not here, and not with my hair down. At best, let's say I've been oversensitive to the fact that she's so young, so feminine and helpless. To so many things I want to be for Bill. Funny business, a woman's career. The things you drop on your way up the ladder so you can move faster. You forget you'll never get them again. And when you go back to being a woman, well, that's one career all females have in common, whether we like it or not, being a woman. Sooner or later, we've all got to work at it, no matter what other careers we've had or wanted. And in the last analysis, nothing is any good unless you can look up just before dinner or turns around in bed, and there he is. Without that, you're not woman. You're something with a French provincial office or a book full of clippings, but you're not a woman. Slow curtain. The end.
A pause. There are tears in Karen's eyes.
Margot, I want you to know how sorry I am about this.
About what?
This. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, don't give it another thought. One of Destiny's many pranks. After all, you didn't personally drain the gasoline out of the tank.
She snuggles down into her furs. Karen flashes an unhappy look at her. She, too, snuggles down. Exterior Theater Alley, Karan Theater night. The snow has been shoveled to either side of the alley, making a lane. The performance is just over. Addison is back to us, stands looking toward the stage door. A few actors on their way out.
Eve, of course, was superb. Many of the audience, understandably, preferred to return another time to see Margot. But those who remained cheered loudly, lustily, and longed for Eve. How thoughtful of her to call and invite me that afternoon.
He starts to walk toward the stage door.
And what a happy coincidence that several representatives of other newspapers happened to be present. All of us invited that afternoon to attend an understudy's performance.
He goes in the stage door. Interior, backstage Karan Theater night. More activity than last time, the performance being just over. Addison comes through the door, picks his way toward Margot's dressing room.
About which the management knew nothing until they were forced to ring up the curtain at 9 o'clock. Coincidence? Also, every indication of intrigue, skullduggery, and fraud.
The door taut. Dressing room open, just a bit. Addison pauses beside the door to listen.
You were better than all right, kid. You gave a performance. You rang the bell.
Addison uses his cane to swing the door open farther so that both he and we can see as well as hear. Interior Margot's dressing room night. Bill faces Eve, who wears Margot's costume. She is ravishing sight. Her eyes shine up to his radiantly.
Little things here and there. It doesn't matter. You can be proud of yourself. You got the right to be.
Are you proud of me, Bill?
I admit, I was worried when Max calls. I had my doubts.
You shouldn't have had any doubts.
Oh, that's me. After all, the other day was one scene. The woods are full of one scene sensations, but you did it. With work and patience, you'll be a fine actress. And that'll be, and that's what you want to be.
Is that what you want me to be?
I'm talking about you and what you want.
So am I.
What have I got to do with it?
Everything.
The names I've been called, but never Svengali. Good luck.
He starts out. Addison ducks.
Don't run away, Bill.
From what would I be running?
You're always after truth on the stage. What about off?
I'm for it.
Then face it. I have, since that first night here in the dressing room.
When I told you that what every young actress should know?
When you told me that whatever I became, it would be because of you.
Your makeup's a little heavy.
And for you.
You're quite a girl.
You think?
I'm in love with Margot. Hadn't you heard?
You hear all kinds of things.
Only human. It's rumors to the contrary. And I'm as curious as the next man.
Find out.
One thing. What I go after, I want to go after. I don't want it to come after me.
Tears come to Eve's eyes. She turns away slowly.
Don't cry. Just score it as an incomplete forward pass.
He walks out. Addison ducks to avoid being seen. Eve glares after Bill. She tears the wig from her head, throws it on the dressing table. Her glance is caught by a pair of scissors swiftly. She snatches them up in a sharp, vicious gesture. She slashes the wig. Addison knocks politely at the door. Eve turns.
May I come in?
Certainly, Mr. DeWitt.
I expected to find this little room overcrowded, with a theater full of people at your feet.
I consider myself lucky they didn't throw things.
She starts creaming her face, removing makeup.
Of course, your performance was no surprise to me. After the other day, I regard it as no more than a promise fulfilled.
You're more than kind, but it's still Miss Channing's performance. I'm just a carbon copy you read when you can't find the original.
You're more than modest.
It's not modesty, I just don't try to kid myself.
A revolutionary approach to the theater. However, if I may, a suggestion.
Please do.
I think the time has come for you to shed some of your humility. It is just as false not to blow your own horn at all as it is to blow it too loudly.
I don't think I've done anything to sound off about.
Well, we all come into the world with our little egos equipped with individual horns. We don't blow them, who will?
Even so, one isolated, pretty good performance by an understudy, it'll be forgotten by tomorrow.
It needn't be.
Even if I wanted to, as you say, be less humble, blow my own horn, how would I do it? I'm less than nobody.
I am somebody.
Eve rises. She eyes him steadily.
You certainly are.
She goes into the bathroom.
Leave the door open a bit so we can talk.
Eve does so.
After you change, if you're not busy elsewhere, we can have supper.
I'd love to. Or should I pretend I'm busy?
Let's have a minimum of pretending. I'll want to do a column about you.
I'm not enough for a paragraph.
Perhaps more than one. There's so much I want to know. I've heard your story in bits and pieces. Your home in Wisconsin, your tragic marriage, your financial attachment to Margot. Started in San Francisco, didn't it? I say your idolatry of Margot started in San Francisco, didn't it?
That's right.
San Francisco, an oasis of civilization in the California desert. Tell me, do you share my high opinion of San Francisco?
Yes, I do.
And that memorable night when Margot first dazzled you from the stage, which theater was it in San Francisco? Was it the Schubert?
Yes, the Schubert.
Fine old theater, the Schubert, full of tradition, untouched by the earthquake. So, sorry. Fire. By the way, what was your husband's name?
Eddie.
Eddie what?
Eve sticks to her head and naked shoulder around the corner.
I'm about to go into the shower. I won't be able to hear you.
I can wait. Where would you like to go? We'll make this a special night.
You take charge.
I believe I will.
She closes the door. He leans back, lights a cigarette. Exterior 52nd Street, New York, night. A cab drives up to 21.
Some of the morning papers carried a little squib about Eve's performance. Not much, but full praise. I couldn't imagine how they found out about it, but Lloyd said Max's publicity man probably sent out the story.
Karen gets out of the cab, pays, and goes in.
At any rate, I felt terribly ashamed and guilty, and I wanted nothing so much as to forget the whole thing. Margot and I were having lunch at 21, just like girlfriends, with hats on.
Interior lobby 21, day. Karen consults her watch and the doorman as she enters.
Has Miss Channing come in?
Not yet, Miss Richards. Karen sees Eve, who waits as Addison hands his hat, coat, and cane to the attendant. She smiles, crosses to her.
Eve, I've heard the most wonderful things about your performance.
Mostly relief that I managed to stagger through it at all.
She was magnificent.
Oh, then you've heard too.
I was there, an eyewitness.
You were there? At the play? Last night?
Happy coincidence.
We're having lunch with a movie talent scout.
They certainly don't waste much time.
Nothing definite yet. It's just to have lunch.
They'll be wasting this much of their time at any rate. Eve has no intention of going to Hollywood.
He turns to Karen, changing the subject.
From the smartness of your dress, I take it your luncheon companion is a lady.
Margot.
Margot. Lunching in public.
It's new Margot, but she's just as late as the old one.
She may be later than you think.
As he speaks, he crosses to pick up an evening paper, opens it, and comes back.
Why not read my column to pass the time? The minutes will fly like hours. And now we must join our sunburned eager beaver.
He goes up the stairs with Eve. Karen glances after them, curiously, then at the column. It is headed, Things I Promise Not to Tell, by Addison DeWitt. The expression becomes increasingly horrified. She drops the paper and rushes out. Interior Margot's living room day. Addison's column quivers in Margot's hand as she strides about reading it. Karen sits miserably.
My hat, which has, lo, these many seasons become more firmly rooted about my ears, is lifted to Miss Harrington. I am once more available for dancing in the streets and shouting from the housetops. I thought that one went out with Woolcott. Down here. Listen to this. Miss Harrington had much to tell, and these columns shall report her faithfully about the lamentable practice in our theater of permitting, shall we say, mature actresses to continue playing roles requiring the youth and vigor of which they retain but a dim memory.
I can't believe it.
It gets better. About the understandable reluctance on the part of our entrenched first ladies of the stage to encourage, shall we say, younger actresses about Miss Harrington's own long and unsupported struggle for opportunity.
I can't believe Eve said those things.
Margot crumples the paper as if it were Eve's neck.
In this rat race, everybody's guilty till they're proved innocent. Well, one of the differences between the theater and civilization, what gets me is how all of those papers in town happen to catch that particular performance.
Lloyd says it's a publicity release.
The little witch must have had Indian runners out snatching critics out of bars, steam rooms, and museums, or whatever they hole up. Well, she won't get away with it, nor will Addison DeWitt and his poison pen. If Equity or my lawyer can't or won't do anything about it, I will personally stuff that pathetic little lost lamb down Mr. DeWitt's ugly throat.
She pauses in midair to look at Bill. He has come up the stairs, toe at a time, stands at the landing.
I came as soon as I heard that, or I read that piece of filth. I ran all the way.
Margot suddenly starts to cry. She turns from Bill. Bill takes her in his arms. He holds her.
Bill's here, baby. Everything's all right now.
Margot says nothing, just hides in his embrace. He soothes her, pets her. He looks over at Karen.
I guess at this point I'm what the French call de trop.
Maybe just a little around the edges.
Karen smiles back, waves, and goes out. Interior Richard's apartment day. Karen's having some lunch. Lloyd, still in his robe, sits opposite her, having some coffee and a cigarette, a copy of the interview before him. It's Addison, from start to finish. It drips with his brand of venom, taking advantage of a kid like that, twisting her words, making her say what he wanted her to say.
Where did you get all that information?
Eve?
Eve?
She's been to see me. As a matter of fact, she left just before you came in. You just missed her.
What a pity.
She wanted to explain about her interview, wanted to apologize to someone, and didn't dare face Margot.
I wonder why.
Lloyd wanders about. He seems to be searching for words, for a position to maintain. She started to tell me all about it, and she couldn't finish. She cried so. He's over by a window, his back to her. Karen eyes him curiously, waiting for the payoff. You know, I've been going over our financial condition, if you pardon the expression.
That's quite a change of subject.
What with taxes coming up, and since I'm a playwright and not an oil well operator, well, I've been thinking.
I'm trying hard to follow you.
If, instead of waiting until next season to do Footsteps on the Ceiling, which is in pretty good shape, and if Margot can be talked into going on tour with Aged in Wood, we could put the Footsteps into production right away.
I'm beginning to catch up.
If we could cast it properly, that is.
Maybe get some younger actress for it, someone who'd look the part as well as play it.
You've got to admit, it would be a novelty.
Now you're quoting Addison. Or was it Eve?
A pause. Eve did mention the play, but just in passing. She's never asked to play a part like Cora. She'd never have the nerve.
Eve would ask Abbott to give her Costello.
No, I got the idea myself while she was talking to me.
With gestures, of course.
For once, to write something and have it realized completely. For once, not to compromise. Now, Karen explodes. She rises.
Lloyd Richards, you are not to consider giving that contemptible little worm the part of Cora.
Now, just a minute.
Margot Channing has not been exactly a compromise all these years. Half the playwrights in the world would give their shirts for that particular compromise.
Now, just a minute.
It just strikes me that Eve's disloyalty and ingratitude must be contagious.
Lloyd's full of anger and guilt. He snaps back. All this fuss and hysteria because of an impulsive kid got carried away by excitement and conniving of a professional, mature slinger named DeWitt. She apologized, didn't she?
Oh, on her knees, I have no doubt. Very touching, very Academy of Dramatic Arts.
That bitter cynicism of yours is something you've acquired since you left Ratcliffe.
That cynicism you referred to, I acquired the day I discovered I was different from little boys.
The phone has been ringing. Lloyd snarls into it. Hello? Oh, hi, Margot. No, not at all. Karen and I were just chatting. Why, yes, I'm sure we can. And I'm sure I'd love to, right? 11:45-ish? See you then. He hangs up, smiles. Suddenly, there's peace. Margot and Bill want us to meet them at the Cub Room tonight, after theater, for a bottle of wine.
Margot in the Cub Room. I couldn't be more surprised if she said Grant's tomb.
I'm glad Bill's back.
Oh, they'd die without each other.
A pause. Darling, I didn't promise Eve anything. I just said I thought she'd be fine for the part. But there were some practical difficulties.
Such as?
You, for one. I told her you were set on Margot playing the part, and I certainly wouldn't make a change without your approval. Karen smiles happily.
Well, that's fine. Fine and dandy, I'd enjoy nothing more. Just refer all of Miss Harrington's future requests to me.
The Cub Room Stork Club night. Margot, Karen, Bill, and Loyal are ensconced happily at a table in the rear of the room. A bottle of fine wine is being poured. The mood is equally bubbly.
The so-called art of acting is not one which I have particularly a high regard.
Hear, hear.
But you may quote me as a fellow. Quote, tonight, Miss Margot Channing gave the performance in your cockamamie play, like of which I have never seen before and expect rarely to see again. Unquote.
He does not exaggerate. I was good.
You were great.
As they look at each other, they reflect the understanding that has hit them both at last. It's been quite a night. I understand that your understudy, Miss Harrington, has given her notice.
Too bad.
I'm broke up about it.
The wine has been poured by now. For some reason, you can't just pick up champagne and drink it. Somebody's got to be very witty about a toast. For instance,
I'm going to propose a toast without wit, with all my heart.
Lloyd lowers his glass. There's a little pause.
To Margot, my bride-to-be,
Glory, hallelujah.
Well, of all,
Margot!
Drink.
they drink, then burst into a flurry of questions.
When? When are you going to do it?
Tomorrow, we meet at City Hall at 10, and you will be there on time.
Yes, sir.
City Hall? That's for prize fighters and reporters. I see a cathedral, a bishop, banks of flowers.
It's only for the license. It's a 3-day wait, blood tests and that kind of thing.
I'll marry you if it turns out you have no blood at all.
3 days. That's for the Burgesses. I see a midnight elopement, waking up a village person.
What are you going to wear?
Oh, something simple. A fur coat over a nightgown.
At this point, or the point is, in the cathedral, a ballpark with a penny arcade. We want to have you two beside us, our nearest and dearest friends.
Lord fills all the glasses. There are very few minutes in life as good as this. Let's remember it. To each of us and all of us, never have we been more close, may we never be farther apart. They drink. A waiter approaches with a note. Miss Rich.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
Miss Richard?
Yes?
For you.
Karen stares at it curiously and opens it. Very discreet. A note right out in the open like that? Next time, tell your lover to blow smoke rings or tap a glass.
Oh, Lloyd, I want you to be big about this. The world is full of love tonight. No woman is safe.
Well, this beats all world's records for running, standing, and jumping Gaul.
She whips the note to Margot, who reads it aloud.
Oh, please forgive me for butting into what seems such a happy occasion. But it's most important that I speak with you. Please. It's underlined. Meet me in the ladies' room. Eve.
I understand she is now the understudy in there.
Well, pass me the empty bottle. I may find her. Why, look, there's Rasputin.
Addison sits near the entrance. A banquet table for two. A crumpled napkin and a wine glass indicate Eve's place. He nibbles daintily on some blini. Margot hails a passing captain.
Encore du champagne.
More champagne, Miss Channing?
That's what I said, Bub.
After all, maybe she just wants to apologize.
I have no possible interest in anything she'd have to say.
But what could she say? That's what fascinates me.
Go on, find out.
Oh, Karen, in all the years of our friendship, I have never let you go to the ladies' room alone. But now I must. I am busting to know what goes on in that feverish little brain waiting there.
Oh, all right.
She gets up and goes. The camera takes her past Addison's table. He rises in polite surprise.
Karen, how nice.
She walks up past him without a word. He smiles, looks toward the group. He raises his glass in a toast. Margot responds to the toast by waving an onion with a grand flourish, then eating it.
Very effective. But why take it out on me?
He eats one in self-defense. Interior ladies' room store club night. Never having been, I can't say what it looks like. It is to be hoped that there is an outer and inner room. We are concerned with the outer. There is an attendant in charge and constantly changing flow of the ladies who pause to make various repairs. All cafe society, including one young drunk stretched out under a mink coat and a wet towel. There are 2 chairs, a banquet in the corner. Eve waits there. She rises as Karen approaches.
I was wondering whether you'd come at all.
Don't get up. And don't act as if I were the Queen Mother.
I don't expect you to be pleasant.
I don't intend to be.
Can we sit down just for a minute?
She sits down. Karen remains standing.
I've got a lot to say, and none of it is easy.
There can't be very much.
Oh, but there is.
And easy or not, I won't believe a word of it.
Why shouldn't you? Please sit down.
Karen sits reluctantly and rigidly.
You know, I've always considered myself a very clever girl. Smart, good head on my shoulders, that sort of thing. Never the wrong word at the wrong time. But then I'd never met Addison DeWitt. I remember once I had a tooth pulled. They gave me some anesthetic. I don't remember the name. And it affected me in a strange way. I heard myself saying things I wasn't even thinking, as if my mind were someplace outside of my body and couldn't control what I did or said.
And you felt just like that talking to Addison.
In a way, you find yourself trying to say what you mean, but somehow the words change and they become his words. And suddenly you're not saying what you mean, but what he means.
Do you honestly expect me to believe you didn't say any of those things? That was all Addison?
No, I don't expect you to believe anything, except that the responsibility is mine and the disgrace.
Oh, please, let's not get over dramatic.
You've really got a low opinion of me, haven't you? I'll give you some pleasant news. I've been told off in no uncertain terms all over town. Miss Channing should be happy to hear that, to know how loyal her friends are, how much more loyal they are than she had a right to expect me to be.
She turns away from Karen. Karen's embarrassed.
Eve, don't cry.
I'm not crying.
Tell me, how did your lunch turn out with that man from Hollywood?
Some vague promises of a test, that's all. If a particular part should come along, well, one of those things.
But all those raves about your performance.
An understudy's performance.
I think you're painting the picture a little darker than it is, really. If nothing else, and please don't underestimate him, you have a powerful friend in Addison.
He's not my friend. You were my friends.
He can help you.
I wish I'd never met him. I'd like him to be dead. I want my friends back.
This time she does cry. Softly, miserably. Karen looks about, a pause. She puts an arm around Eve.
Eve, I don't think you meant to cause unhappiness, but you did. More to yourself, perhaps, as it turns out, than to anyone else.
I'll never get over it.
Yes, you will. You theater people always do. Nothing is forever in the theater. Love or hate, success or failure, whatever it is, it's here, it flares, it burns hot, and then it's gone.
I wish I could believe that.
Give yourself time. Don't worry too much about what people think. You're very young and very talented. And believe it or not, if there's anything I can do.
Eve has reached up to Karen's hand. She holds it now as she turns slowly to her face.
There is something.
Karen stares down at her. Eve's eyes burn into tears. Karen is caught, fascinated by them.
I think I know.
Something most important you can do.
You want to play Cora. You want me to tell Lloyd I think you should play it.
If you told him so, he'd give me the part. He said he would.
After all you've said, don't you know that part was written for Margot?
It could have been 15 years ago. It's my part now.
You talk just like Addison said you did.
Cora is my part. You've got to tell Lloyd it's for me.
I don't think anything in the world could make me say that.
She turns away again, but Eve's grip is like a vice.
Addison wants me to play it.
Over my dead body.
That won't be necessary. Addison knows how Margot happened to miss that performance. How I happened to know she'd miss it in time to call him and notify every paper in town. It's quite a story. Addison could make quite a thing of it. Imagine how snide and vicious he could get and still write nothing but the truth. I had a time persuading him. You'd better sit down. You look a bit wobbly. If I play Cora, Addison will never tell what happened, in or out of print. A simple exchange of favors. and I'm so happy I can do something for you at long last. Your friendship with Margot, your deep, close friendship, what would happen to it, do you think, if she knew the cheap trick you'd played on her for my benefit? And you and Lloyd, how long even in the theater before people forgot what happened and trusted you again? No, it would be so much easier on everyone concerned if I were to play Cora. And so much better theater, too.
Karen looks up slowly.
A part in a play. You do all that for a part in a play?
I'd do much more for a part that good.
She leaves. Karen is alone. Interior cub room night. Eve enters and slides in beside Addison.
Hungry?
Just some coffee.
Not surprised after all that humble pie.
Nothing of the kind. Karen and I had a nice talk.
Heart to heart, woman to woman, including casual reference to the part of playing Cora, and your hopes of playing it.
I discussed it very openly. I told her that I had spoken to Lloyd and that he was interested.
She mentioned, of course, that Margot expects to play the part.
Oddly enough, she didn't say a word about Margot, just that she'll be happy to do what she can to see that I play the part.
Addison puffs at his cigarette, bemused.
Just like that, eh?
Just like that.
Do you know, Eve, sometimes I think you keep things from me.
Eve's feelings are hurt.
I don't think that's funny.
Wasn't meant to be.
I confide in you and rely on you more than anyone I've ever known. To say a thing like that now, without any reason, when I need you more than ever?
I hope you mean what you say, Eve. I intend to hold you to it.
Their eyes meet.
We have a great deal in common, seems to me.
They both look as Karen passes them on her way back to her table. Group. As Karen joins them, another bottle of champagne has come and almost gone. There's a fine cherry filling among them. Margot in particular is cherry. A pause. Karen downs a glass of champagne. Well, what happened?
Nothing much. She apologized.
With tears,
With tears.
but not right away. First, the business of fighting them off. Chin up, stout fella.
Check.
Very classy stuff. Lots of technique.
You mean all this time she did nothing but apologize? What'd you say?
Not much.
Groom, may I have a wedding present?
What would you like? Texas?
I want everybody to shut up about Eve. Just shut up about Eve. That's all I want. Give Karen more wine. Never have I been so happy. Isn't this a lovely room? The Cub Room. Oh, what a lovely, clever name. Where the elite meet. Never have I seen so much elite, and all with their eyes on me, waiting for me to crack that little gnome over the noggin with a bottle. But not tonight. Even Eve. I forgive Eve. There they go.
They all look. Addison and Eve. They get up and go out without looking back. Group. They watch for an instant.
There goes Eve. Eve, evil. Little Miss Evil. But the evil that men do, oh, how does it go, Groom? Something about the good they leave behind. I played it once in rep in Wilkes Bar.
You got it backwards, even for Wilkes Bar.
You know why I forgive Eve? Because she's left good behind. The four of us, together like this. It's Eve's fault. I forgive her.
Karen's reactions are, of course, most important. Knowing what she's done to Margot, wondering how to do what she must.
And Bill, especially Bill. Eve did that too.
You know, she probably means well after all.
She is a louse.
Never try to outguess Margot.
Groom,
Yes, dear.
you know what I'm going to be?
A cowboy
A married lady.
with the papers to prove it.
I'm going to have a home, not just a house I'm afraid to stay in. Oh, and a man to go with it. I'll look up at 6 o'clock and there he'll be. Remember, Karen?
I remember.
You'll be there, won't you?
Often enough to keep the franchise.
A 4-square, upright, downright, forthright married lady. Oh, that's for me. And no more make-believe. Off stage or on. Remember, Lloyd? I mean it now. Grown-up women only. I might even play a mother. Only one child, of course, not over 8. Lloyd, will you promise me not to be angry with me?
That depends.
I mean, really, deeply angry?
I don't think I could be.
Well, I don't want to play Cora.
What?
Margot misinterprets her vehemence.
Now, wait a minute. You're always so touchy about his plays. It isn't the part. I mean, it's a great part and a fine play, but not for me anymore. Not a 4-square, upright, downright, forthright married lady.
What's your being married got to do with it?
I mean, I finally got a life to live. I don't have to play parts I'm too old for, just because I've got nothing to do with my nights. I know you've made plans. I'll make it up to you, believe me. I'll tour a year with this one. Anything, only you do understand, don't you, Lloyd?
Lloyd never gets to answer because Karen, or anyone can stop her, bursts into hysterical laughter. What's so funny?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Just everything's so funny.
Margot removes the champagne glass from in front of Karen. Fade out. Fade in. Interior theater, Curran Theater Day. Karen is seated unobtrusively in the rear lower box. Lloyd sits beside Max up front. On stage, the play is on its feet. Eve plays a dramatic scene with a young man. They carry sides, but do not consult them. As she speaks, Eve moves upstage, turns to face the young man who is forced to turn his back to the auditorium. Bill calls a halt. He indicates to Eve that she has to have remained downstage. Eve seems to be at a loss. She looks at Lloyd. Lloyd rises, says that he told her to make the change. Bill comes down to the footlights and tell them to stick to the writing. He'll do the directing. It mounts swiftly to a screaming fight. Bill throws the script out into the auditorium. He takes his coat off and stalks off. Eve runs after him. Max retrieves the script. Lloyd remains adamant. Karen has risen in her dismay. Eve drags Bill back. Without looking at Lloyd, he takes the script from Max, tells the actors to pick up where they left off. Eve whispers to Lloyd from the stage. Lloyd smiles, mollified, sits down again with Max. Karen walks up the side aisle, out of the theater.
Lloyd never got around somehow to asking me whether it was all right with me for Eve to play Cora. Bill, oddly enough, refused to direct the play at first, with Eve in it. Lloyd and Max finally won him over. Margot never came to a rehearsal. Too much to do around the house, she said. I've never known Bill and Lloyd to fight as bitterly and as often, and always some business for Eve, or a move, or the way she read a speech. But then I had never known Lloyd to meddle as much with Bill's directing, as far as it affected Eve, that is. Somehow Eve kept them going. Bill stuck it out, and Lloyd seemed happy, and I thought it might be best if I skipped rehearsals from then on.
Interior Richard's bedroom night. It is a lovely large room, 2 double beds, not alongside each other, and each with an extension phone beside it. In addition to the door to the living room, there are 2 more, 2 separate dressing rooms and baths. Lloyd is asleep, but not Karen. She turns restlessly. Finally, she sits up and lights a cigarette.
It seems to me I had known always that it would happen, and here it was. It felt helpless, That helplessness you feel when you have no talent to offer outside of loving your husband. How could I compete? Everything Lloyd loved about me, he'd gotten used to long ago.
The phone jangles suddenly, startling her. It wakes Lloyd up. Karen answers.
Hello? Who's calling Mr. Richards?
Interior rooming house night. A girl in a wrapper at the wall phone. Her hair's in curlers. She's frightened.
My name wouldn't mean anything. I room across the hall from Eve Harrington. She isn't well. She's been crying all night and hysterical. She doesn't want a doctor.
Richard's bedroom. Lloyd is sitting on the edge of the bed, looking over. Who is it? What's it all about?
Did Miss Harrington tell you to call Mr. Richards?
Lloyd picks up the phone. Rooming house.
No. Eve didn't say to call him, but I remember I saw Mr. Richards with a couple of times. I thought they were being such good friends.
Richard's bedroom. Hello, this is Lloyd Richards. Where's Eve? Let me talk to her. Rooming house.
She's up in her room, Mr. Richards. I really hate to bother you like this, but the way Eve's been feeling, I'm just worried sick with her leaving for the New Haven tomorrow and everything.
Richard's bedroom. Tell her not to worry. Tell her I'll be right over. Rooming house.
I'll tell her, Mr. Richards.
She hangs up. As she moves from the phone, the angle widens to disclose Eve at the foot of the stairs. The girls smiled at each other. They go upstairs arm in arm. Richard's bedroom. Karen is still in bed, phone still on her hand. She hangs up, swings her legs out, puts out a cigarette. She gets into the robe. The open door and light of the dressing room tell us where Lloyd is. Karen walks through the door, starts to say something, changes her mind. She crosses to the table, lights a fresh cigarette, and comes to the back door.
Aren't you broadening the duties of a playwright just a bit, rushing off in the middle of the night like a country doctor?
No answer except the opening and closing of drawers.
I mean, what would you do if instead of Eve, the leading man had called up to say he was hysterical?
Still no answer. Her tension increasing. Karen goes back to the table, snubs out the fresh cigarette, then strides swiftly back to the open door.
Lloyd, I don't want you to go.
Now Lloyd appears. He is in flannels and a sports shirt with no tie. He's confused and guilty and tortured. I didn't think you would. It seems to me, Karen, that for some time now, you've been developing a deep unconcern for the feeling of a human being in general.
I'm a human being. I've got some.
And for my feelings in particular, for my play, my career, and now for a frightened, hysterical girl on the eve of her first night in the theater. He goes back into his room.
Have you forgotten about Eve? What she is, what she's done?
Old wives' tales, born of envy and jealousy, and a phobia against truth.
Then tell me this isn't true. That your concern for your play and career is one thing, and that poor, frightened, hysterical little girl is another, and that your concern with her has nothing to do with either your play or your career.
Lloyd comes out wearing a jacket. He crosses to the door. Karen after him.
That first, last, and foremost, your reason for going now is that you want to be with Eve. 3 a.m. or high noon, play or no play, wife or no wife. Isn't that true?
Lloyd goes out. Karen looks after him, despairingly. Exterior Schubert Theater, New Haven day. The theater is but a few doors from the Taft Hotel. The marquee announces a new play by Lloyd Richards, presented by Max Fabian, opening tonight. Addison and Eve stand before the theater admiring her photo on a lobby display. None of the actors are starred.
To the theater world, New Haven, Connecticut is a short stretch of sidewalk between the Schubert Hotel and the Taft Hotel, surrounded by what looks very much like a small city. It is here that managers have what are called out-of-town openings, which are openings for New Yorkers who want to go out of town.
They start for the hotel, Eve's arm through Addison's.
What a day. What a heavenly day.
Day.
Just like it.
And tomorrow morning you will have won your beach head on the shores of immortality.
Stop rehearsing your column. Isn't it strange, Addison? I thought I'd be panic-stricken, want to run away or something. Instead, I can't wait for tonight to come and go.
You sure of tomorrow?
Aren't you?
Frankly, yes.
They've arrived in front of the hotel.
It'll be a night to remember. It'll bring me to everything I've ever wanted. The end of an old road and the beginning of a new one.
All paved with diamonds and gold?
You know me better than that.
Paved with what then?
Stars.
She goes in. Addison follows her. Interior corridor, Taft Hotel Day. Addison accompanies Eve along the corridor to her door.
What time?
Almost 4?
Plenty of time for a nice long nap. We rehearsed most of last night.
You couldn't sleep too, couldn't you?
Why
You could
not?
sleep.
They've arrived at her door. She opens it.
The mark of a true killer. Sleep tight, rest easy, and come out fighting.
Why'd you call me a killer?
Did I say killer? I meant champion. I get my boxing terms mixed.
He turns to go. After a few steps,
Addison? Come on in for just a minute, won't you? I've got something to tell you.
Addison turns curiously. He enters behind her. Interior Eve Suite, Taft Hotel Day. Old-fashioned, dreary, and small. The action starts in the living room and continues to the bedroom. Addison closes the door, crosses to a comfortable chair.
Suites are for expense accounts. Aren't you being extravagant?
Max is paying for it. He and Lloyd had a terrific row, but Lloyd insisted. Well, can I fix you a drink?
She indicates a table elaborately stocked with liquor, glasses, etc. Addison's eyebrows lift.
Also, with the reluctant compliments of Max Fabian.
Lloyd. I never have any, and he likes a couple of drinks after we finish, so he sent it up.
Some plain soda. Lloyd must be expecting a record run in New Haven.
That's for tonight. You're invited. We're having everyone up after the performance.
Where?
Lloyd and I.
She carries the soda to him, sits on an ottoman at his feet.
Find it odd that Karen isn't here for the opening, don't you?
He sips his soda and puts away, carefully avoiding a look at Eve as she looks back.
Addison.
She's always been so fantastically devoted to Lloyd. I would imagine only death or destruction could keep her.
Addison, just a few minutes ago, when I told you this would be a night to remember, that it would bring me everything I wanted.
Something about an old road ending and a new one starting, paved with stars.
I didn't mean just the theater.
What else?
Eve gets up, crosses to look over the common.
Lloyd Richards. He's going to leave Karen. We're going to be married.
For just a flash, Addison's eyes narrow coldly, viciously. Then they crinkle into a bland smile.
So that's it. Lloyd. Still just the theater after all.
It's nothing of the kind. Lloyd loves me. I love him.
I know nothing about Lloyd and his loves. I leave those to Louisa May Alcott. But I do know you.
I'm in love with Lloyd.
Lloyd Richards is commercially the most successful playwright in America.
You have no right to say such things.
And artistically, the most promising. Eve, dear, this is Addison.
Eve drops her sharp manner like a cape. Her face lights up. She crosses back to the ottoman.
Addison, won't it be just perfect? Lloyd and I? There's no telling how far we can go. He'll write great plays for me. I'll make them be great. You're the only one I've told. The only one that knows except Lloyd and me.
And Karen?
She doesn't know.
She knows enough not to be here.
But not all of it. Not that Lloyd and I are going to be married.
I see. And when was this unholy alliance joined?
We decided the night before last, before we came up here.
Was the setting properly romantic? The lights on, dimmers, gypsy violins off stage?
The setting wasn't romantic, but Lloyd was. He woke me up at 3 a.m, banging on my door. He couldn't sleep, he told me. He's left Karen. He couldn't go on without the play or anything else until I promised to marry him. We sat and talked until it was light. He never went home.
You sat and talked until it was light.
We sat and talked, Addison. I want a run of the play contract.
There never was, though never be another like you.
Well, say something, anything. Congratulations, Skoll, good work, Eve.
Addison rises slowly to his full height. As Eve watches him, as her eyes go up to his, her smile fades.
What do you take me for?
I don't know what I take you for anything.
It is possible, even conceivable, that you've confused me with that gang of backward children you've been playing tricks on. That you have the same contempt for me that you have for them.
I'm sure you mean something by that, Addison, but I don't know what.
Look closely, Eve. It's time you did. I am Addison DeWitt. I'm nobody's fool. Least of all, yours.
I never intended you to be.
Yes, you did. You still do.
Eve gets up now.
I still don't know what you're getting at. Right now, I want to take my nap. It's important that
It's important right now that we talk. Killer to killer.
champion to champion.
Now with me, you're no champion. You're stepping way up in class.
Addison, will you please say what you have to say plainly and distinctly and then get out so I can take my nap?
Very well, plainly and distinctly. Although I consider it unnecessary because you know as well as I what I'm about to say. Lloyd may leave Karen, but he will not leave Karen for you.
What do you mean by that?
More plainly and more distinctly. I have not come to New Haven to see the play, discuss your dreams, or to pull the ivy from the walls of Yale. I have come to tell you that you will not marry Lloyd or anyone else, because I will not permit it.
What have you got to do with it?
Everything. Because after tonight, you will belong to me.
I can't believe my ears.
A dull cliche.
Belong to you? That sounds medieval, something out of an old melodrama.
So does the history of the world for the past 20 years. I don't enjoy putting it as bluntly as this. Frankly, I had hoped that you would somehow have known, have taken it for granted that you and I...
Taken it for granted that you and I...
Oh, she smiles, then chuckles, then laughs. A mistake. Addison slaps her sharply across the face. Addison.
Remember, as long as you live, never to laugh at me, at anything or anyone else, but never at me.
Eve eyes him coldly, goes to the door, throws it open.
Get out!
Addison walks to the door, closes it.
You're too short for that gesture. Besides, it went out with Mrs. Fiske.
Then if you won't get out, I'll have you thrown out.
She goes for the phone.
Don't pick it up. Don't even put your hand on it.
She doesn't. Her back is to him. Addison smiles.
Something told you to do as I say, didn't it? That instinct is worth millions. You can't buy it. Cherish it, Eve. When that alarm goes off, go to your battle stations.
He comes up behind her. Eve is tense and wary.
Your name is not Eve Harrington. It is Gertrude Slesinski.
What of it?
It is true that your parents were poor. They still are. And they would like you to know, and they would like to know how you are and where. They haven't heard from you for 3 years.
What of it?
She walks away. Addison eyes her nearly.
A matter of opinion. Granted. It is also true that you worked in a brewery, but life in the brewery was apparently not as dull as you pictured it. As a matter of fact, it got less and less dull until your boss's wife had your boss followed by detectives.
She never proved anything, not a thing.
But the $500 you got to get out of town brought you straight to New York, didn't it?
Eve turns and runs into the bedroom, slamming the door. Addison opens it, follows close after her. He can be seen in the bedroom, shouting at Eve, who is off scene.
That $500 brought you straight to New York, didn't it?
Interior bedroom day, Eve, trapped in the corner of the room.
She was a liar. She was a liar.
Answer my question. Weren't you paid to get out of town?
Eve throws herself on the bed, face down, bursts into tears. Addison, merciless, moves closer.
Fourth, there was no Eddie, no pilot, and you've never been married. That was not only a lie, but an insult to the dead heroes and to the women who loved them. Fifth, San Francisco has no Schubert Theater and North Shore. You've never been to San Francisco. That was a stupid lie, easy to expose, not worthy of you.
Eve twists to look up at him, her eyes steaming.
I had to get in to meet Margot. I had to say something, be somebody, make her like me.
She did like you. She helped and trusted you. You paid her back by trying to take Bill away.
That's not true.
I was there. I saw you and I heard you through the dressing room door.
Eve turns face down again, sobbing miserably.
Well, you used my name in my column to blackmail Karen into getting you that part of Cora. And you lied to me about it.
No.
I had lunch with Karen not 3 hours ago. As always with women who want to find out things, she told more than she learned. Do you want to change your story about Lloyd beating at your door the other night?
Eve covers her face with her hands.
Please.
Addison gets off the bed and looks down at her.
That I should want you at all suddenly strikes me as a height of improbability. But that in itself is probably the reason. You're an improbable person, Eve, and so am I. We have that in common. Also, a contempt for humanity, an inability to love or be loved, insatiable ambition, and talent. We deserve each other. Are you listening to me?
Eve lies listlessly now, her tear-stained cheek against the coverlet. She nods.
And say so.
Yes, Addison.
And you realize, you agree how completely you belong to me?
Yes, Addison.
Take your nap now. And good luck for tonight.
He starts out.
I won't play tonight. I couldn't, not possibly. I couldn't go on.
Couldn't go on. Well, you'll give the performance of your life.
He goes out. The camera remains on Eve's forlorn, tear-stained face, her eyes closed. She goes to sleep. Interior dining hall, Sarah Siddons Society night. The stopped action of Eve reaching out for the award, the applause, the bulb popping still going on.
And she gave the performance of her life. And it was a night to remember, that night.
The action picks up where it left off. Eve accepts the award from the aged actor, kisses him tenderly, folds the award to her bosom, and waits for quiet. She speaks with assurance, yet modestly and humbly.
Honored members of Saracen Society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what is there for me to say? Everything wise and witty has long since been said by minds more mature and talents far greater than mine. For me to thank you as equals would be presumptuous. I am an apprentice in the theater and have much to learn from you all. I can say only that I am proud and happy that I regard this as a great honor. And further, I regard it as bestowed upon me only in part. The larger share belongs to my friends in the theater and to the theater itself, which has given me all I have. In good conscience, I must give credit where credit is due. To Max Fabian.
Max sits erect, beaming proudly.
Dear Max, dear, sentimental, generous, courageous Max Fabian, who took a chance on an unknown, untried amateur.
Eve, after applause, greets Max.
And to my first friend in the theater, whose kindness and graciousness I shall never forget, Karen, Mrs. Lloyd Richards.
Karen resumes her doodling as applause breaks out for her.
And it was Karen who first brought me to one I had always idolized, and who was to become my benefactor and champion a great actress and a great woman, Margot Channing.
Margot, part of Eve's tribute, has been over her close-up. She smiles grimly in reaction to the applause. Eve looks at her right, waits for the applause to die.
My director, who demanded always a little more than my talent could provide.
Bill, seated at the speaker's table, he has an award before him, a smaller one. He puts out a cigarette expressionlessly at the applause that breaks out.
But who taught me patiently and well? Bill Sampson.
Lloyd sits beside Bill. He too has a smaller award. As Eve speaks, he throws her a brief glance.
And one without whose great play and faith in me, this night would have never have been. How can I repay Lloyd Richards?
Eve waits for the applause to die.
How can I repay the many others, so many that I couldn't possibly name them all,
Addison smiles approvingly.
whose help, guidance, and advice have made this the happiest night of my life possible.
Eve stares at the award for an instant, as if fighting for self-control.
Although I am going to Hollywood next week to make a film, do not think for a moment that I am leaving you. How could I? For my heart is here in the theater, and 3,000 miles are too far to be away from one's heart. I'll be back to claim it, and soon. That is, if you want me back.
Another storm of applause, much ad-lib shouting as Bill and Lloyd are summoned to pose beside her for more pictures. People are thronging out. An aged actor shouts above the hubbub. A good night to all, and to all a good night. Eve disengages herself from the photographers, makes her way toward Addison's table. Bill and Lloyd follow. Camera follows Lloyd to Karen. They kiss. He gives her the award. For services rendered beyond whatever is of duty, darling. Max bustles into the shot.
Come on, I'm the host. I gotta get us home and get the guests started before they steal the liquor.
She and Lloyd follow Max. Addison and Eve are on their way. Lloyd goes right by Karen, pauses at Eve.
Congratulations, Eve.
Thank you, Karen.
Karen goes. Eve is being constantly congratulated. Some ad-lib about seeing her and Max's party.
I give her a very high-class party. I ain't like a rehearsal. She don't have to be late.
As soon as the peasants stop pawing her.
Max hurries out. Margot and Bill step into the shot. Eve turns from a well-wisher to face her.
Nice speech, Eve. But I wouldn't worry too much about your heart. You can always put that award where your heart ought to be.
Eve looks at her wordlessly. Margot and Bill leave. Addison and Eve are alone. The tables are about empty. Suddenly her face becomes expressionless, her eyes dull. She glances at the table.
I don't suppose there's a drink left.
You can have one at Max's.
I don't think I'm going.
Oh, why not?
Because I don't want to.
Max has gone to a great deal of trouble. It's going to be an elaborate party, and it's for you.
No, it's not. It's for this.
Same thing, isn't it?
Exactly. Here, take it to the party instead of me.
It's like you're being childish.
A well-wisher rushes up to Eve with an, "Eve, darling, I'm so happy." Eve rises, thanks her graciously, then pulls her wrap over her shoulder.
I'm tired. I want to go home.
Very well. I shall drop you off and go to the party. I have no intention of missing it.
They exit from the room, now empty of everything but tables, waiters, and the usual banquet debris. Exterior Park Avenue night. Eve gets out of the taxi in front of a fashionable apartment hotel. She doesn't say goodnight to Addison. She enters the hotel as the cab drives off. She hasn't the award with her. Interior corridor outside Eve's apartment night. Smart, but not gaudy. Eve crosses from the elevator to her apartment. She lets herself in. Interior Eve's hotel apartment night. A small foyer from which the door leads to living room and another to a bedroom. The bedroom and the living room do not connect except through the foyer. All the lights are out. Eve turns them on in the foyer, the same as she enters the bedroom. There are some new trunks in the various stages of being packed. Eve tosses her wrap on the bed. goes through the foyer to the living room. She turns on the light in the living room. Camera follows her to a small bar where she fixes a stiff drink. As she turns from the bar, she stares, starts in fright, and drops the drink. A young girl, asleep in a chair, wakes up with a jump. She stares at Eve, horror-stricken.
Who are you?
Miss Harrington?
What are you doing here?
I guess I fell asleep.
Eve starts for the phone. The girl rises in panic.
Oh, please don't have me arrested, please. I didn't steal anything. You can search me.
How did you get in here?
I hid outside in the hall until the maid came to turn down your bed. She must have forgot something, and when she went to get it, she left the door open. So I sneaked in and I hid until she finished. And then I just looked around and pretty sure I was afraid someone would notice that the lights were on. So I turned them off, and then I guess I fell asleep.
You were just looking around?
That's all.
What for?
You probably won't believe me.
Probably not.
It was for my report.
What report? To whom?
About how you live, what kind of clothes you wear, what kind of perfume and books, things like that. You know, the Eve Harrington Club, like they've got in most of the girls' high schools?
I've heard of them.
Ours was one of the first. Erasmus Hall. I'm the president.
Erasmus Hall, that's in Brooklyn, isn't it?
Lots of actresses come from Brooklyn. Barbara Stanwyck, Susan Hayward. Of course, they're just movie stars.
Eve makes no comment. She lies wearily on the couch.
You're going to Hollywood, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
From the trunks you're packing, you must be going to stay a long time.
I might.
That spilled drink is going to ruin your carpet.
She crosses to it.
The maid'll fix it in the morning.
I'll just pick up the broken glass.
Don't bother.
The girl puts the broken glass on the bar. She starts to mix Eve a fresh drink.
How'd you get all the way up here from Brooklyn?
Subway.
How long does it take?
Changing and everything, a little over an hour.
She carries the drink over to Eve.
It's after 1 now. Won't get home till all hours.
I don't care if I never get home.
The door buzzer sounds.
That's the door.
You rest. I'll get it.
She goes to the door, opens it. Addison stands there. There's Sarah Siddons' award in his hands.
Hello there. Who are you?
Miss Harrington's resting, Mr. DeWitt. She asked me to see who it was at the door.
Oh, you won't disturb her rest. It seems she left her award in the taxicab. Will you give it to her?
She holds it as if it were the promised land. Addison smiles faintly. He knows the look.
How do you know my name?
It's a very famous name, Mr. DeWitt.
And what is your name?
Phoebe.
Phoebe?
I call myself Phoebe.
Why not? Tell me, Phoebe. Do you want someday to have an award like that of your own?
Phoebe lifts her eyes to him.
More than anything else in the world.
Addison pats her on the shoulder lightly.
Then you must, Miss Harrington. How to get one? Must ask Miss Harrington how to get one. Miss Harrington knows all about it.
Phoebe smiles shyly. Addison closes the door. Phoebe stares down on the award for an instant.
Who was it?
Just a taxi driver, Miss Harrington. You left your award in his cab and he brought it back up.
Oh, put it on one of the trunks, will you? I want to pack it.
Sure thing, Miss Harrington.
She takes the award into the bedroom, sets it on a trunk. As she starts out, she sees Eve's fabulous wrap on the bed. She listens. Then quietly she puts on the wrap, picks up the award. Slowly she walks to a large three-mirrored cheval with her grace and infinite dignity. She holds the award to her and bows again and again, as if to the applause of a multitude. Fade out. The end.
Yay!
Yeah. This.
Freaking brutal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
So many
Don't see-
references?
Yeah, that too.
Good job, everybody.
Yay! Applause, applause, applause,
Yes, thank
applause.
you. Especially Miss Margot.
Oh, yes, yes.
Who gets our
All right,
award?
speech. Okay.
Author,
Awards.
author.
Awards all around.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we'll go do our roundabouts and everyone say who they are, where you can find them, what you guys do, etc., etc., etc. And then we can talk about the film some more. So, Miss Margot herself, Vicky Dykes.
I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta. I'm an actress, and you can find me on Facebook, Vicky Dykes, and Instagram, I'm Yoga Grandma 7. I've got a few projects on the go, but nothing is in completion stage, so we won't discuss it.
That's how it goes in show business. And this is all about Eve, Erin, Lilith.
Hi. Erin Lillis. You can find me at erinlillis.com. You can find me on Twitter, if that's still around. Ravy13. That's
Going to Hive now?
RAVIE13. Oh, it's Hive. I've heard of Mastodon. I've heard of Discord.
Yep.
Any number of places. I'm also on Facebook. You can find me by my name. Yes, and call me by my name. I got a couple of video games that I'm recording for indie video games, and I'm in a lot of audio dramas, and that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. Thank you. And Addison, etc. Angel Peterson.
Oh, hi, that's me. I'm Angel Peterson. You can find me here. It's probably the easiest if you found me here to begin with. I've got a lot on the go right now. I'm editing a project. I'm writing another. I am also going to be one of the, I don't know if I get the word right, executive producer or something for feature film that's going to be coming out. Yeah. So more information will be coming very soon, but it's kind of fun.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right. I'm asking for the bill. Clint Monroe.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Clint. Taking a break from kind of everything, get back to my roots. So don't find me. Look me up. Keep away. I'll be back shortly. But
send all the good wishes and everything.
Yeah. You guys have a good night.
Good night to you. And the up and comer Phoebe Petra Stedman.
Hello. Petra Stedman, findable again if Twitter's still a thing at Petra Stedman. I'm so glad I downloaded my archive a few days ago when I heard about that. Ooh. Also on Instagram, Petrapedia42. Still nothing on there. I'm working on it. Probably December. I'll start posting random information. And yeah, that's currently it. It's the only places I want you people to look for me. Don't look for me anywhere else.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for these fantastic performances tonight. If you have to go, thank you. If you want to chat a little bit about it, let's chat.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to say it was great reading with Erin. Welcome. It was a lot of fun. And it was great having you as my leading man, Clint. You were great to act with.
Thank you.
He obviously adores you, as you should.
You too.
I really liked your Max and your Bill.
Oh, thank you.
Just wanted your Max and your Bill to have a conversation more.
Oh, it's happened many a time on Table Reach.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. So we did get a little bit of an award speech there from Vicky. Good job.
Yeah.
I would like to thank also.
I have my little tiny award right here for being the director. And you got yours for being the writer, Jacob.
Yep. Go with our little violins. Sweet. So
I thought it was funny to be cast as the ingenue, as I'm at this point in my career where I'm in my 40s and I'm like, all I get is the mom and grandma roles.
Not at Table Read Tuesday.
Not Table Read Tuesday. I get the ingenue.
Exactly.
I just sound like the old smoker doing it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
It was great. And it was crazy how they
You
showed
have
like
to pull it off, so that's good.
Well, the black and white
In a good way.
helps.
In a good way. In a good way. In a good way. I meant that.
I'll bring up an interesting tidbit that I
Yeah.
saw earlier, that I was doing some research on this story and found some articles that were suggesting that the Addison and Eve characters were like the vicious homosexuals that were written about in as the villains in their coded portrayal of in that era of cinema, and that like there were certain lines that were supposed to indicate it, like that Eve was in that room where she walked arm in arm away with that woman when
Upstairs.
and she was like, lusting after Margot in the first place because she was a lesbian. And I was like, now I can relate to this. So I was like, let's see how flirty we can make her. But there really wasn't a lot of flirty opportunity.
Yeah.
Totally went
It
over
was-
my head.
Oh, go ahead. Angel?
Oh, I just said that totally went over my head. I didn't.
Well, it's
I could
again
see Addison being more obvious, but
yeah. Well, and like obviously, they cast George Sanders, and you're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I commented earlier in the chat that like there's a high possibility that Mank wasn't necessarily writing the whole "you belong to me now." It had very little probably to do with like sexual attraction. Yeah, she's very good at what she does, and she like deserves to be put in a test tube and studied, but it's more about like controlling her. He doesn't necessarily want to like force her into bed or anything. So it was like, it's kind of interesting. There's nothing about their relationship that reads as sexual.
yeah,
Controlling
more like a
domineering.
little ingenue, like you're my tool to like stab at the people I don't like and maybe be a manager.
Yeah. It's interesting that like Bill mentions that nobody's ever called him Svengali before, and if anybody doesn't get the reference, it's a Svengali is like this person that like built up certain people and then supposedly like controlled every moment of their lives, and so it's kind of become like a shorthand for somebody that does that. And then it's interesting that like she lands in the clutches of somebody who it's like, oh no, little girl, you're very good at what you do, I'm better, and now it's like, here's my little string and I have now got you on it. It's like gonna make you wriggle like a worm on a hook. And it's chilling, but it's also so good, and it was played so perfectly in the movie and done very well here obviously too. So
Yeah, and I think the writing is amazing, like, well, for so many reasons, but some of it, of course, is like language from the back then that we don't use as much. But other stuff felt so modern and like it'd be written today. And just think about like, again, the movies that don't pass the Bechdel test, and this from back then, how well it does that. And I don't know.
And just, like the whole formatting of it. I mean, it does look like a modern script, Like we go back and you read some of the older ones, even Chinatown, which is in the 70s, that one is super, super bulky, even though it's a very beautifully written script, It definitely looks like an older script. And this one was written it literally looks like this movie came out a year ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's long but lean.
Yeah.
I especially like that part about the knowledge in his writing about the woman's bathroom. Like, I don't know what it looks like.
That was
this is how I
awesome.
imagine it.
Part.
so good.
Might have been my
Yeah,
favorite.
May had a beautiful way with words and descriptions. So good.
It's funny.
Yeah, that was hysterical. That's the mark of a great writer in there, That was a little joke that he wrote in there.
Yeah.
Just because he's like, yeah, I could totally put that right there. And it works.
Mhm.
I wonder do you think it was meant as a joke? Well, it was a funny script too. So I guess.
Yeah. What does he say? She's about as punctual as a halibut.
Her concept of time, she has as much concept of time as a halibut. You're just like,
Yeah, that was awesome.
because honestly, a fish
The
does not
description
care.
of it, like of any fish in the world, the halibut,
Yeah.
Awesome.
Some of his writing is just so, I don't know. He's biting. He's very insightful, but it's like That man uses a typewriter like a scalpel. I mean, it's just everything is just these little slices, these surgically precise cuts of just like, I'm just gonna slice a little off right here. I'm just gonna flay that down to the bone, and then just peel this back, and there you go. And it's so good. It's just, his scripts are delicious. There's a reason he was nominated for like everything and should have been, absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah, like
So-
you were saying before. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll
No,
remember.
how they like juxtapose Bill and Addison, like how different they are, and then they just show this is a going on forever cycle in the thing. First, Margot was probably like that. Now Eve is like that, and now this new girl Phoebe's like that, and just they're going to continue and do this to each other, and that's how the business works. And
Like a documentary film of like womanhood, of like one gets old and the young one takes her place, and one gets old, the young one takes her place.
Yeah,
I
and
think that was a very-
Bertie was the first. Bertie, she was on stage, and she was the first one.
Oh yeah, because there was some sort of reference to her being like vaudevillian, right? Like she came from
Yeah.
a carnival background, and she
Yeah.
was the first one to
Born
like,
in a
see
carnival riot,
movies.
she spent her time on vaudeville stage.
Yeah.
It's just
11
like,
years I started.
I closed out the first half. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
she's-
is-
she like, called out Eve right in the beginning. She's studying you, that's for sure.
yeah, she's aware.
It's-
She knows what's going on.
You had Thelma Ritter playing her in the movie, and she's so. I mean, that was the thing. That woman, it's criminal. I think almost that she didn't have like more leads, but every part that she played was always just so good.
Mhm.
But her in this one, it's just she has this slight maternal well, maybe not maternal, but like a big sister attitude towards Margot. Like, yes, I will put up with your shit, but then I will call you on your shit, and you love me enough to let me get away with that. But she's like genuinely hurt when Eve starts shunting her off to the side. She eventually actually full on replaces her. That's why Bertie disappears, and you're like, that is so sad. Like, this is a woman who's been with you for, ages. And again, I get Eve's very manipulative and good at what she does, but it's just like there's a reason why Bertie's character disappears, and in the movie you're just like, can she come back, even if it's to say I told you so? Can she come back, please? Yeah. It's like by the end of the movie almost nobody cares. It's like Karen's like, yeah, yeah, congratulations, I'm a woman with no prenup, and I'm a woman scorned. It's like, I'm just gonna keep my guy, it's fine, he will be on the shortest leash for the rest of his life, but that's fine. And it's like Margot just doesn't give a shit either. She's just like, yeah, okay, let it crush you down like it crushed me. It's good. I get out with my head intact. It's just, it's brutal. It's honest in a really, really harsh way. But I think it's spun through that lens of like, it doesn't really happen, does it? No, it does. It really does. What are you giggling about?
It's so true, man. It's so true. I've been to a couple of the the film marketing events and networking or whatever, and it's just like you see it unfold. You just kind of watch it, and it's awesome. I mean, they really didn't pull any punches, but not only that. I mean, it was like so true to story. I mean, from the get go, right? He's like, there's two types of producers. There's the people that have a bunch of rich friends, right? They can take a tax deductible loss, and those are the people that make your art films, right? Because they don't really care,
Yeah.
They're just all about promoting art. They'll write it off. And then it's the people who are like trying to make a buck. And I thought that was real. I mean, it's true. I mean, that's dead nuts on. That's how it works in the industry, like, and done in 3 sentences. Here's your two types of producers right there. I thought that was really eye-opening. I remember watching this when Eve turns into that cold-blooded killer, man. Like I was lying down and I sat up straight. I was like, oh shit, man, that was really well played. And it's just on a dime, on a dime. She's been playing this coy person until from the beginning of the movie all the way to halfway through that conversation in the bathroom. And then right when she turns to leave, she grabs her and she says, no, this is the way it's going to be. And you see a whole different transformation in that character. That was bad. Sorry for swearing.
Don't apologize.
That
We
counts
love
as swearing.
I know. Well, we're in
Late at night.
so
All the kids are asleep now.
Exactly. YouTube after dark, dude. It's fine. Also, I swore, it's fine.
I think it's interesting that like Margot's the first one after Birdie. Margot's the first one to like see what she's doing. Just telling everybody else what she's doing. And they're like, no, you're crazy. And she's like, yeah, probably because she's done it before.
Yeah, it takes one to know
well,
one.
there's like the subtext too of like, I mean, when you watch the movie the first time, it's kind of like you see Margot as being a little bit delusional because you see Eve as being so nice. And then she's like, oh yeah, I just was having communications with your husband just because of whatever, but then you think about it and you're like, yeah, she's been having communications with the husband when she shouldn't be, and so they like gloss over it just really, really quickly. Huh?
Which one? Eve did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When she sets up the call for Bill's birthday, she mentions that, I sent him a telegram to you.
Yeah.
They've been exchanging letters for weeks.
Everyone's man.
It's really, really like low key how they play it because they want to make her look like she's this really innocent woman who like is definitely going towards this guy, Margot's husband, trying to steal
doing all
him.
the stuff underneath the surface and
but they just kind of play it off like really.
She's trying to lay pipe.
Yeah, and then they make Margot look like she's jealous, right? And so it all plays that way that she's just jealous about being a younger woman, and you set up that whole conversation. But in reality, like she totally knew exactly what that girl was doing the whole time.
But why do you guys think that Margot was like that? I didn't get that from this.
Hold on just a second.
What didn't you get?
Well, that you thought Margot had been like that. I didn't get that at all from this.
Well, I'm just wondering if that's like she can recognize the tricks to like crying on command or something. Like there's something out there she sees. Like Birdie tells her and she plants it in there, but
I think she would have caught on a lot quicker if that were the case.
Yeah, that was. I always thought that like Margot
catch on until she saw that she's trying to get to her husband without her.
Well, it seems like it's kind of the theme of the movie partially. Like as Vicky brought out, like Birdie or Petra, like Birdie was the first person that went through that. There was Margot, and then they just showing that this is how that business works, and that's how those stars work, and the generations just a cycle.
I can also see Angel's point. Like it doesn't necessarily have to. I mean, it's probably open for interpretation. It's never explicit either way. But
I didn't know if there was something I missed. Or
oh no, it's not there. Like even in the movie, there's this weird. You just get the feeling that like she's very. Yeah, she mentions, she came from whatever. Actually, in the original story, you find out that she's actually of like something very similar to Eve. She's actually, I think, of Polish extraction or something like that. Like her name was not Margot Channing. She ended up changing it to sound more white. Well, for lack of a better word, white. She just had a very like hard scrabble. She knew what she wanted. She had the talent and she had the drive. And so she just kind of lucked into, somebody saw her, they gave her, a shot. And she, I think maybe kind of had a little bit of, the rose-colored glasses on. It was very, she just thinks that this is like her entire, it's like her due. Like, yeah, she paid a certain amount to get to that point, but, she kind of just had a lot of stuff handed to her too. She didn't necessarily go underhanded for it. But I mean, even in the original short story by Mary Orr, it's not a lot hinted at. Even she just kind of had the talent. Somebody recognized it and handed her the stuff, and then she connects with Karen, who she met right after she had gotten together with Lloyd, and then the two of them. It's like Lloyd was kind of almost inspired by her, and was like, oh well, and so he started writing parts for her, kind of the way that Eve wanted him to. And that kind of bolstered her career even further. It's like, okay, yeah, you have this amazing, it's like the difference between having like a bit part as like girl at counter number 3 and like being Anya Taylor-Joy in The Witch. Like if that's your breakout role, that's your first role in Hollywood, like holy frick. And she's good. I mean, obviously she like pulls it off and does it very well, but she was like what, 15, 16 when she did that? And you're like, my brain hurts trying to think of that much talent and being recognized and then putting it front and center. And like, that's your first role. You landed that. And that's, I think, kind of what happened to Margot is she starts. I don't think it was necessarily the backstabbing necessarily that Eve was doing. It wasn't as much manipulation. It's just they both have the talent, they both have the drive, but Eve is more willing to drive over people, and Margot just kind of landed at the what was the expression? The kind of person who'd been born on third base and thought they hit a triple. She just has that like sense of entitlement about, I'm just a star. Like, this is just what I do. This is just what I am.
And it's her place and not anybody else's.
Yeah. And when that starts being threatened, I think is when she starts noticing it. But it's also like, nobody's ever going to take this away from me. She's aware on a practical level, but like, I don't want to keep playing these. I don't want to keep playing, the young ingenue, wide-eyed Nell from the country girl. I mean, she makes the joke about like, I'll come out, with pigtails rolling a hoop, which is very childish behavior. But I mean, she's older, and they do have a point about what is the Goldie Hawn line from First Wives Club? There are 3 ages: babe, district attorney, and driving Miss Daisy. Which I think that's oh god, that's freaking accurate. Sometimes you have like, but then you have the people who take chances and kind of go past it's like, oh, I'm sorry, you wrote that for a woman that's in her 30s. Well, I'm in my 50s and I'm gonna play it, and you're gonna like it, and it's gonna be amazing. So Emma Thompson just
there was like a
and she's in her 70s, so like everybody can just shut up and get out. It's awesome.
There's this skit from, I think it was the an Amy Schumer show.
Okay.
With like Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Amy Schumer finds Julia Louis-Dreyfus and someone else whose name will come to me, and the 2 women, and they're celebrating their last fuckable year. It's like, she just hit 40. It's her last fuckable year. As soon as she hits that, then she gets retired out to the pasture. Don't get shows anymore.
Wow. So.
Yeah. Yay.
I like to,
Okay,
I like to point out differences between the script and the movie.
That's what I wanted to ask about. Yeah.
Yeah, and one I noticed a few, but the one that I saw it as being a little more crazy in the script than the movie was when Bill rejects Eve, and she takes her wig off, and she takes scissors and starts cutting it. Whereas in the movie, she just kind of, and then she actually puts it on the head when Addison comes in.
It starts like smoothing it out. Like, I wasn't doing anything crazy. What are you talking about? No.
Yeah, she couldn't get away with that in the script. It was like she cut it. So.
Yeah.
And was that actually her wig, or was it Margot's wig?
Well, it's from
the part.
play. Yeah.
So both. It was supposed to be Margot's, but it was hers because she wore it that night.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, Clint, about how they purposefully try to play, and everyone else play her very innocent and coy until later. Like that was I think like one of our first glimpses of like who she really is. That flash of a second. So they slowly build it in there, so when it happens, it doesn't feel like a huge surprise.
Yeah, just a little, like you kind of like plant a seed a little bit, but it's not enough to make a realization, right? It's just enough to be like, what? And then when it drops, you're like, whoa, okay, I see. It was definitely a lot more enjoyable reading it this time, having seen the whole story go through. But yeah, and I think it's a timeless movie, man. I mean, it feels very, very modern. I mean, you watch some black and white movies and you're like, oh my God, like this is so slow. And this is, I mean, this could have been made last year just with the black and white lens,
Okay.
So, I mean, it's timeless. It does talk about, I think, some really interesting issues when it comes to being a woman. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know. You've never been
I've
in
only
there.
played bit parts as a woman, so I don't really know. But no, I think it really used this as an avenue to talk about some real deep issues that happen with women and in the course of their life. And it's because of that it becomes timeless, because it's situations that allow women to have conversations about what it's like to be a woman, right? Instead of a woman trying to converse about that, right? Like there's the situation about the beautiful woman who's younger and that she has a younger man. And that situation allows her to feel vulnerable in order to express that message, you know,
Yeah.
and it feels a lot more real than if you write a character with a woman who's just talking about that. Does that make sense? Am I communicating that effectively?
I know.
It's like the difference between when a woman is written by a man and a woman is written by a woman, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You can tell if like a female had any input whatsoever or impact on the way the character was written, as opposed to like how a man thinks a woman would be if she were trying to be a man or something like that, or how like it's rarely flattering. I think this is actually one of the few times where women are written very well in Hanks films. They're not always the nicest, they're not always the smartest, but they are definitely written with a degree of realism that I don't think a lot of other people came up with, unless it was like an actual female.
And I think that's probably why I know a lot of women that this is one of their favorite movies of all time. So I think that.
And I think it's interesting too. I mean, I just want to say it like Bill is a really good guy. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't go out and just try to get the youngest, hottest number, you know? And I think that's really enduring because I've definitely seen a lot of movies. And it seems to be something that's coming out more and more as we're having these conversations about, you know, how everybody really fits in society. But there's a lot that are like very politically motivated, I guess. And so you'll have, you know, like a cast that's like female driven, and the characters, like the guys, like I watched another one recently. I'm not going to say it because, you know, I might end up working with one of these people later, but you know, it was trying to be inclusive and whatever. And you look at all of the male characters and every single male character was stupid. Right. And so you're like, all right, well, they're targeting this to women. Like, I get that. But it's just not believable. Right. Like even if you have one male character who's like grounded and intelligent, right. It grounds it out. And so you're like, this guy's intelligent and these people are dummies. But if you have it where everybody is just dumb, like all the men, or if it's the opposite side and all the girls are just dumb harlots who are just, you know, trying to weasel something out, or they're all gold diggers, it's not believable because that doesn't exist, right? There's never a world where it's just solely those people. There's a mix of everything. There's good people and bad people, whatever their gender or ethnicity or preference, you know, is. And so I really, really can't say how much I really appreciated seeing something like this, you know, where it is this guy and he's like, no, like, you know, I get that. And then you've got, you know, Max, who's like, he's totally one of those guys. I mean, Marilyn Monroe comes in, he's like, oh, I'll get you a drink, you know, and those guys exist for sure, you know. But it's just, it's awesome to see that, just having that dimension of characters, you know.
And I also found it interesting that they keep making references to the fact that Bill is like almost a decade younger than Margot, and he is devoted to her. Like they are stuck on each other like Velcro. They don't do well without each other. They always come back to each other. He's like, okay, I'm going to put up with your shit because I love you. I may occasionally need to take a break and then I'll come back. And it's like, you know, this gorgeous, you know, very talented, incredibly manipulative girl is like literally batting her eyelashes and like slathering herself on like butter. And there are a lot of men, good men and not, who would fall for that. And I'm like, I love that he's like, yeah, never even called that. Thanks, kid. And he just takes off. And I'm just like, I mean, he's aware of what she's doing. And I think he kind of very subtly calls her out on it. Like, okay, we're not going to talk about this and I'm going to go. And this isn't going to happen again. And, you know, pats her on the head and sets himself off. And I'm just like, it's amazing. It's so good. It's good.
Interesting. I think that there could be, you could probably open this up to debate and conjecture for, you know, the rest of eternity. But like what really happened between Lloyd and her that night, you know what I mean? Because you've set her up the entire time that she's a liar and a manipulator, and she twists the truth, right? And he like leaves and goes there. You know, the wife isn't there. Karen isn't there. Probably just because she's frustrated and pissed off. But it kind of like makes you wonder, like, do you think that was actually going to happen? Do you think that they were really getting married, or do you think she's saying?
And that was oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, a little earlier than that, she whispered something in his ear. We don't know what it is. They didn't tell us or something.
Yeah.
Well, she was playing the boys off each other like pinballs. Like, I mean, even if she wasn't sleeping with Bill, she was able to rile him enough to get him to like butt heads with Lloyd on her behalf. Like, I'm the producer, I want to do it like this. Well, I'm the director, I want to direct her like this. Well, I'm the playwright, I wrote it like this and I want her to do that. And you had so many, like, she, again, just playing them like, you know, Atari or something. And it's like, okay. And she's just bouncing them off each other to get the most out of it. But no, she absolutely, the subtext and some of the outright text, she absolutely had seduced Lloyd at that point. And he goes to her because she has seduced him. Now, granted, the argument that Addison and Eve have later about, like, you know, she's like, oh, he, you know, we stayed up, he came to see me, just banging on my door, just desperate to see me. And it's like, yeah, I talked to his wife a couple of hours ago. She spilled like all of the tea. Like, no, you had someone call because you were devastated and needed him to come over. And that's why he went to see you. Now, granted, would she have gotten him to do that had she not been whatever they were doing before that? But no, like that was the thing that Addison's calling her out on, is that, okay, well, yeah, you claim this, but I know this. And so that's why he's like, yeah, he may eventually leave his wife, but he ain't leaving her for you because you now belong to me. He's like, I'm not letting anybody else have access to this. And not again, I don't even think it's meant sexually. It's just like, he's aware that that is a star he can hitch his wagon to and ride like a comet. So,
and vice versa.
And vice versa. Because I mean, she used him a lot to, like, you know, climb that particular ladder, and now he's using the favor. He's stepping on her back. So,
well, he was clearly on like doing it too. Like, he already had Miss Caswell, but he was trying to like train, and she wasn't. Yeah. She was like, you know, she wasn't the right star. She didn't have the it quality.
Yeah.
I thought it was really badass having the dual narrators. That was sweet. You have Addison come in, and he kind of outlines the whole thing. I thought it was brilliant how he talks about the there's a couple lines in there. I mean, everything about this is so true, you know, where it's like the director and the writer get the smaller award, right? And there was like a line in there where it's like they create the tower with which the star shines. Beautifully written, because it's so true, right? But then he's like, what else is there to say about Eve? You know, and then boom, transition to Karen's narrating of the story. Like, well, here's a story that you probably wouldn't know about. And it's funny because he's like the critic. So you start him off talking about everything that the news would know about her, right? But then this friend tells the story of who she really is.
Yeah.
So,
I do find it interesting that the original title, working title for this, was Best Performance, in a reference to the award category. And I do not remember who it was that came up with it. I think it was the director. He read that line from Addison's speech about, you know, well, you know all about Eve. And he's like, oh, that yeah. And he loved the title. Well, that's the title now. And he like grabbed a pencil from some guy passing and literally crossed it out on, like, I think it was the call sheet or something, and wrote all about Eve. And from then on, that was the title. And I'm like, yeah, it works.
Yeah.
It's not something you think about, but
I mean, the title's a very important thing. You know what I mean? You can see how many times somebody doesn't put that much thought into a title, but then when you do, I mean, it's there. It sticks forever, you know? On my big guy, it took me about 7 months just for the title, you know? And it does. It hits you, I think, I don't know. I was like driving through like Quartzsite or something, like in the middle of the Arizona, California desert. Like, you know, I think I stopped at a McDonald's and was like, boom, that's it. Perfect. All right, there we go. That's the title. You know, and But
And
yeah.
see, I
You've
have
got
like
your memorable lines. Like, do you think that line of "fasten your seatbelts"? It's going to be a bumpy night. Would that be have been as memorable if Betty Davis hadn't delivered it?
that's a good point, and I do find it interesting. It's actually a misquote.
Yeah.
I mean, it's how it's stated in the thing. It was originally supposed to be a bumpy ride. She was referencing to like when you hit turbulence in an airplane, and that's why you need to fasten your seatbelts and buckle up. But I was like, the bumpy night doesn't actually make sense, but it's like, you know what? She delivers it with such conviction and fire. You're like, yeah, okay, sure, bumpy night, great.
Like, yeah, I saw something earlier too that said like it had 2 references before that. But I think the bumpy night makes sense because they just asked like, are you going to be this way all night or not? Because they've seen it like that before.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's cool too that I mean, you could still say that to this day, you know.
People do. It's frequently.
It's like what was the one? Clueless. How much the writer was super into colloquialisms, right?
Yeah.
And how so many of those are still relevant today. I think that's one of the great things about it. You can't state it enough. I mean, how are you going to write a movie that 70 years later is like amazing? You know what I mean? That still looks like it could happen. I mean, it's like, I study a lot of stand-up comedy, and, you know, you can watch somebody and they'll be hilarious, and 10 years later it's played out, it's done, it's old, it's hackneyed, doesn't work anymore. And then you can watch Richard Pryor, and his stand-up in the 70s is just as funny as today, you know?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's this universality in human storytelling and joke telling and whatever, you know, and he nailed it.
Just link right into that consciousness is so good. Going back to the thing with the title, though. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to wrap it up. You go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I find it interesting that, like, my issues with, like, writing sometimes is I either have great idea for a title and nothing to put with it, or I sometimes come up with the title first and then, like, write the story to kind of tie into it, or I finish it and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to name you. I don't, it's just judging me like a child looking up at me. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to call you. It's just I need something that's right, and then I'm either completely unhappy with it or whatever. It varies, but
you gotta wait for it. Trust me.
Or you just put it in.
And then you get tired and you write like an entire thing in one day, which is awesome. So
or you just put a working title in there because it changes later if it ever goes into production, then it can totally change.
You ever met a Ryan who looks like a Jake? It'll throw you off for the rest of your life. And that's just the parents prematurely named that kid. And it will throw off everybody because he's definitely a Jake and they called him Ryan.
Yeah.
Or like those movies that are really great, but they have forgettable names, like The Arrival or Annihilation. One-word names.
Yeah, there's like a million of them too. Mm-hmm. You type them into IMDb.
A title that's not a one-word name. I listened to a podcast thing earlier today, and they're saying, "Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead." Original title was Real World, and that's what they're going to make. And then they're like that MTV or whatever TV show thing like came out. And they're like, "Oh, we can't do that." All right, and they asked some kids, and they said, "Yeah, we like that one." They think it's funny, and they feel like it wouldn't be as memorable or as successful if it didn't have such a memorable, funny name or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, like, I had my master project. I've still been studying a lot, and I've written a couple scenes to it, but I've just been, I mean, it's got to be my masterpiece, man. So I'm putting everything into that one. But yeah, that one didn't have a title for a long time. And like I said, I was driving through Quartzsite, and when that title hit me, I mean, it was like my every soul, every fiber in my being exploded. Like I knew that's it. You know, it has everything in that title. I got a list of 60 titles from that one.
Margot,
you'll feel it.
Doing her curtain call, you know, saying good night.
Good night.
Right.
Good night.
Good night.
I think, I'm about there too.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
This is a good movie. We could absolutely be talking about it for like the next, hour.
Years.
One thing I will comment that I do find it interesting that like Showgirls is basically like this in a weirder industry with a lot more sex and language, but you know,
I'm sure
trying
it's
to
been
avoid it was not a thing.
remade a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I was
Like,
noticing, like,
the story is very like, you know, you did this to someone up and coming could potentially do this to you, and you're like,
good night,
Yeah.
Vicky. You can leave before us. It's okay. Thank you for staying. But on that
I was
note,
noticing that like her name is Eve Harrington, and then in Stranger Things, the guy's name is Steve Harrington.
yeah.
You know, and they originally wrote him to be a villain, and he turned out to be like really likable, so they had to change everything. So like, wonder if they named
He's
him
the
that on
world's best
purpose.
babysitter. I'm sorry, it's cute.
Yeah.
that's
Steve
awesome.
Harrington
That's a cool insight.
was not evil, so they had to
Well, I mean,
rewrite him.
Joe, you
Oh,
can't have
speaking
Joe
of
Keery as
which.
a bad guy. Even in Spree, you're like, oh, okay, I'll wipe the blood off you first, but can I just take you home and feed you dinner? You're so cute. Just want, squeeze at me, so cute.
I
Wait, you
wonder if they
talking
were
about
gonna
me?
intended that he was gonna
Disappeared.
like
Oh.
switch like Eve, but they just couldn't because he was too cute.
But also, like in Breaking Bad, Jesse was gonna be gone right away, but they liked him, so they wrote him in through the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Penelope Garcia in Criminal Minds, a one-off cameo, like 3-line role, and Kristen Van Just was so good. They like, oh yeah, we have to bring her back, and then her chemistry with Shamar Moore was just like, whoosh, off the charts. It was amazing.
Has anybody
You've got
noticed
Xena
that
on Hercules, got
the
her own
bratty
show.
kid from Karate Kid,
Billy Zapka.
Machio's kid,
Oh,
looks very, very similar to Steve Harrington, who also looks very similar to, I think they said that there was the guy that played John Ralphio in Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
They
Ben.
were like, that was
something.
like his dad in
Ben-
the 70s.
Yeah, no, I swear, Ben. Yeah,
The
Ben
hell's
Schwartzman
going on
and
in this?
Joe Keery
What the hell's going on here in
Very
Hollywood, man?
similar. It's weird.
Go watch Cobra Kai, dude. The kid looks like a young Steve Harrington. Crazy. Like 3 generations of these guys walking around in one lifetime.
It's the hair. Let's be honest, it's the hair.
Anyways, all right,
Yep.
guys, you have a good night.
Good night. Thank you for
That was
everything.
an awesome read. Thank you.
To all a good night. Good night to all.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.